I hear you fine.
Okay, great.
Looks like we're still waiting for Councilmember Horvath. Let's give it another minute or two.
Oh, you have it on the, there we go.
For a minute. Thanks for putting the flag up. We will now say a Pledge of Allegiance when we get to it. That's great. It just felt funny not saluting the flag without a flag. Well, let's get started. We've got 4 council members here. And apologize, folks. We were in closed session and it ran over. So much apologies. We had a lot of items to cover. And in fact, we didn't get to all of them. We deferred one because we needed to get to open session. So with that, we're back from adjournment for closed session. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Nierenheim?
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
Here.
Councilmember Horvath?
Here.
Councilmember Gran?
Here.
Councilmember Endy?
Here.
Mayor Brand?
Here. Thank you, Eleanor. Joe, is there anything to report from closed session?
There's no reportable action tonight.
No reportable actions from closed session. Okay, great. So with that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn from closed session.
So moved.
So move. Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Horvath, second by Councilmember Imdy. So everyone knows we do a roll call vote on everything now because, well, we're not in person in live. So just for the record and just for legalities, I do a roll call vote on every single motion, no matter however minor. So Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Gran.
Aye.
And Councilmember Imdy.
Aye.
Great. So we are adjourned from closed session. Now I'd like to call to order a regular meeting of the City Council. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Nierenheim?
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
Here.
Councilmember Horvath?
Here.
Councilmember Gran?
Here.
Councilmember Emdy?
Here.
Mayor Brand?
Here. With that, why don't we all rise and salute the flag since we have it, and we'll start us off. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And let's take a moment of silence, folks, in recognition of obviously everything that's going on in the country with Mr. Floyd and all the demonstrations and what we're going through, not the least of which is the deaths and the pain and suffering from the global pandemic. Okay, thank you. With that, hang on one second, you guys, let me get on track here. Presentations, announcements. We have no presentations, but we do have announcements. Councilmember Nierenheim, you have some announcements?
I do. I got, I had a kind of a special meeting, community meeting yesterday over the budget and as well as the current curfew situation and public safety situation. And I wanted to thank Chief Kaufman and the entire Redondo Beach PD department, but particularly Chief Kaufman for, as they say, when you have a big problem, when you have an incident, when you have a disaster, the leaders rise to the top. And Chief, I really want to thank you for coming down to the village, talking to businesses, giving them the confidence, the vote of confidence that our police department is there. So thank you to the police department, and Chief, thank you very much for showing up to my special meeting yesterday. I had well over 100 people showing up. Recorded that. People were very thankful. I got a lot of people calling me, texting me, emailing afterwards and saying, thank you very much for having that, for having the chief there speaking so candidly and honestly about the situation, giving them the strength and understanding and knowledge of what's happening so that they weren't afraid and weren't scared and they felt empowered. So message was received, it was delivered, and they're very thankful. So thank you very much, Chief. I really appreciate that. And the community thanks you as much as well.
Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Horvath.
Nothing this week, thank you.
Councilmember Grant.
Nothing this week, thank you.
Councilmember Imdy.
No, thank you.
Let me just say a few words, folks. The situation in Redondo Beach is stable. Our police force is working closely with the other regional police forces to ensure our safety. We're something called Area G. We've activated the South Bay platoon, and so there's a lot of collaboration going on. We're certainly not in this alone. Our police department made 10 arrests last night, and the curfew has been working quite well. And everyone sees what's going on all around us. And yeah, we've been assisting. Our police officers have been all over the area in Los Angeles and other towns, and as well as the other towns are on the ready to assist us in whatever's needed. But Redondo Beach is safe. Things are stable. A huge shout out, as Councilmember Nierenheim did, to our RBPD. Their lives have changed. Work is their focus now, and their dedication is what is really ensured our safety. And going forward, we just can't thank them enough. They're out there day in, day out, and it's become their lives now for now. So big thank you to them, and I know the whole community shares my thank you. And yeah, so curfew's in effect, right? 6 to 6. It's kind of a daily thing. We'll see how it goes. Hopefully things calm down soon. Yeah, and we don't have to do curfews anymore. But for now, things are safe. Chief always reminds me to remind people, Bill, if they see anything, call it in. Call 911. Don't hesitate, and let them decide whether or not it's something that needs responding to. So I take this opportunity because I know you're on there, Chief Kaufman. Is there anything you'd like to add or to any of that? Or
no, that sums it up. The big thing is passing around social media and reposting things that haven't been vetted. That's caused a lot of the angst, especially in our business community. So send that stuff to Joe, send it to me. We'll run it through our intelligence and try to confirm it. And if there is a credible threat to the community or specific businesses, we will be reaching out. So we go around and talk to everybody, but we just don't want to cause unnecessary fear. We have a ton of resources out there. Like you said earlier, we're working 12 on, 12 off shifts. So basically there's no days off for anybody. And our regional partners have been great. We're in Hermosa and Manhattan today. So I feel really good about it. We have great relationships around here, and the community is safe. The curfew is working. I hate that we have to have a curfew, but I can tell you from being out there myself last night, it really makes the use of our resources very effective. And we were able to take some people to jail that shouldn't have been here. And if they come tonight, we'll do the same.
great, thank you, Chief, and please pass along our thanks to the entire force.
I will. Thank you.
Okay, moving right along. Approval order of agenda. We have a big agenda tonight, and I don't know if anybody wants to make any changes or just approve as is, but I'll entertain any motions to change or just accept as is.
Motion to approve.
Mr. Mayor, I think we've decided perhaps skip item N1 to move it to next week.
Oh, that's right.
Item N1.
I'll make a motion to approve agenda as is and move item N1 to next week for open session.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay,
Mayor,
motion, Councilmember Nierenheim, seconded by Councilmember Lowenstein. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Joe, do you want to say something real quick?
yes, I do. This agenda is a little unusual in that we have a red folder item that we really need to take up probably as your very first item. It's for an item that arose since the posting of the original agenda. It's confirming the local state of emergency and confirming the local curfew. So if your motion could be to take that item up first, I think that would be most appropriate.
Yeah.
As well as continue item N1 to next week.
Yeah. I'll amend my motion to do the red folder item first.
Second.
I'm seconding. I think I have to second since I'm the original second.
Okay, call it a friendly amendment. Roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Grand,
Aye.
Councilmember MD. I didn't hear. Did I miss
It's on
it?
mute.
Good.
Yeah, there you go.
Usually I just hit space bar, but it didn't work that time. Aye.
Okay, great. All right, so that's our agenda. We're going to continue item N1 to next week, and we're going to discuss the red folder item up first. So why don't we just do that right now then? Joe.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. It's not very often that we have a red folder item. These items are reserved for unique circumstances when issues arise after the posting of the agenda, so we're not able to make the 72-hour notice. That allows us to add an item on the agenda for you to take it up. We have such a situation tonight, and the red folder item was emailed out to you earlier today. We have two resolutions before you this evening. The first is ratifying my action acting as the Director of Emergency Services when I proclaimed the existence of a local emergency in Redondo Beach. That happened on the 31st. We also have a resolution confirming my action to issue a curfew order also on May 31st. Tonight will be the third night of that curfew. In accordance with our code, there is a need for any emergency actions that I take in my capacity as Emergency Services Director to be reviewed, ratified, confirmed by the City Council. So I want to go over some of the reasons for the local emergency. It gets back to what we talked about just moments ago, civil unrest in Los Angeles County, in the city of Los Angeles, and specific cities, including Beverly Hills, Culver City, Santa Monica, West Hollywood. These were all cities that experienced civil unrest, declared a local state of emergency, resulting in injuries to persons and destruction of property. This is something that we were monitoring over the weekend. I actually was in City Hall most of the weekend and in town in close contact with our police department monitoring conditions. Our concern is that because these cities are in our proximate area, it creates a potential threat or a direct threat to Redondo Beach. There's a growing list of cities that have declared a local emergency due to these conditions. And unfortunately, we have seen social media posts suggesting that the unrest be brought to Redondo Beach and to the South Bay. There's been the activation of the Area G Platoon, which is a mutual aid law enforcement group that responds to emergency conditions. So because of these and other reasons set forth in the resolution, we have a local state of emergency. Shortly before we issued our local curfew, the county issued a county-wide curfew for the hours of 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. We took a parallel action. The curfew is very far-reaching. The most common question that we're asked is, who does it apply to? And what I'd like to do, and I want to especially thank the city attorney's office, who also was very busy this weekend. Pretty much every weekend for the last month, I think we've been very busy. But the Redondo Beach curfew applies to everyone, except it shall not apply to peace officers, firefighters, City of Redondo Beach employees, disaster service workers, the National Guard, any other responding military personnel deployed to the area, individuals traveling to and from work, authorized media representatives of any news service, newspaper, radio, or television station or network, individuals seeking or providing emergency medical care or activities necessary and essential for health, safety, or emergency-related purposes, or any persons experiencing homelessness without access to viable shelter. So the curfew applies in Redondo Beach to everyone except in those specific circumstances. The curfew is in effect currently. We're before you this evening with two resolutions, one to confirm the local state of emergency. Second is to confirm the local curfew. The county is making a decision, an evaluation on a day-to-day basis, whether to renew their curfew. Our curfew, on the other hand, continues until action is taken to stop it. Action could be taken to stop it by me as city manager, director of emergency services, or by the city council. We're in a unique situation in that we have a county-wide curfew as well as a local curfew in Redondo Beach. Some cities have taken that action, other cities haven't. We felt it best to take that action locally, to have our own local curfew. So with that, I recommend that you take public comment, discuss this, ask any questions you have, and adopt these two resolutions. So that concludes my comments.
Okay, thank you, Joe. Are there any public comments, Eleanor, related to this red folder item?
No, we have none.
Okay. I will say this, folks, we had a disaster council meeting last week. It was very informative from a lot of angles. Probably the most important angle was from a member of the Los Angeles County Medical Services Agency. Dr. Gauchel was on it, and she described to us significant surge capacity available in Los Angeles County for the COVID crisis, and even got into the details about how many ventilators were available. And so we're in good shape from the pandemic situation and our ability to treat it. Not to get off topic, thanks for that, Joe. The only question I have in terms of curfew, do we even have the ability to establish a later curfew, like 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. instead of 6 p.m. to 6 a.m.? Not that I'm advocating that, but I didn't quite understand if the city has the ability to even supersede the county curfew.
My understanding is that the city could be more restrictive than the county, but not less restrictive. I don't know if the city attorney would want to.
So the order says we can be more restrictive. Our original order was going to be starting at 8 because that's when it gets dark. There's a question as to whether or not the county order, as opposed to a health order, even applies in incorporated cities. On its face of it, it says it does. There's an old AG opinion from the 1970s that says it does. I don't think it's particularly well reasoned because if you look at like the county health order didn't apply to Pasadena or I think Long Beach has their own health agency. And I don't know if push comes to shove, and these will all be challenged by the people that our police department arrests, that the county order does apply. And so it would only apply between 6 and 8. But the big deal is you want to avoid what happened with the pandemic. You had mixed messages of what was allowed, what wasn't allowed. And a curfew is such an extraordinary order only to be placed in this sort of emergency. You really want to speak with one voice, I think. And the second day they admitted, counties and cities can do more restrictive, but they had asked that they all be consistent unless you had a compelling reason to deviate from them.
And some cities were more restrictive. As I recall, I think Beverly Hills went to 1 p.m. yesterday instead of 6 p.m. So, but we cannot be less restrictive. Mike, what is the root statute? Is it a state statute? Is for curfews in general? I've heard that question. People.
It's our Muni code, and it's the ability in an emergency. It's the same root as a COVID crisis. If there's a threat to life and property and it's imminent, then cities have emergency power. And so, but the thing and why I think it's important to not have a countywide one, or why I question whether it would be in effect, that the situations in, Palos Verdes Estates are very different from the situation in Santa Monica, and you don't want to paint with too broad a brush. And so, we started working on it Saturday afternoon, I think, is when the city manager gave direction to start working on it, and we had completed one around a little before midnight, but we decided by then we were just refining it because our circumstances then didn't justify it. That had changed by the next day. And so it's the county order. And so although the order is good to have in place for until called off, and it's good for people to know it's in place, it will be important for the police department to monitor conditions and then to advise the city manager when it's no longer needed, because it shouldn't continue beyond when it's needed to protect people and property.
Okay, great. Thank you for that, Mike. Let's get some hands up here. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yes, Mike, is this applied to mail carriers? Because I know they're kind of an essential, and a lot of them deliver mail late at night. People aren't getting mail. I'm concerned about that.
Yeah, it does. It won't. We didn't get our mail yesterday. It covers the only people that are excluded. Essential workers doesn't fit. You can't merge the COVID paradigm into this. And so if it's not in the list that's of exclusions in the city manager's order, which if you choose to extend it will be yours, you can't go out. You just, because the reason why, I'll give you an example. The COVID, the order Joe directed, and then you directed the police to use discretion, because we didn't want people, being arrested for being on the Esplanade. We wanted to get compliance. Here, everybody, it applies to everybody, so that there's not unfair enforcement. There's not unequal enforcement. And so it applies to everybody that's not in that list. So if you want to add somebody that would be able to violate the curfew, you should insert them. Now is the time to insert them in that order.
I would like us to consider that, because, we can't go days and days and days. Some people need medicines. Some people get checks through the mail. If they're going to go days and days without mail carrier visiting their house, and they're already swamped and short-staffed, I think we should seriously consider that. They don't obviously pose a threat to anybody, and I think they're essential to a lot of people. So I would propose we look at including them. The other concern I have is there are people, obviously, that the word has gotten out to businesses, but I am concerned with employees that are leaving, driving home, and they're caught up in this. How do we deal with that, or do we deal with that?
It's one in the exclusion is people driving to or from work.
Okay.
And I should indicate that there is an issue, which would be too long to go into, the supremacy clause in terms of the government, us restricting postal employees. Like the state can't ensure that they have a driver's license in order to do it. But they can't violate our speeding laws, that sort of thing. I don't know where a curfew falls in, because I haven't looked at it, but I would say if you want to make certain that they're allowed to, and we can notify them that they're allowed to, then I would put it in the exception list.
Yeah, I think that would be wise. So again, a lot of people depend on their mail delivery, and I think it's important. So that's where I'm at. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember MD.
Actually, the motion, but if you'd rather I wait, I can do that too.
Yeah, I'll see what Councilmember Nairnheim has to say.
I'll just make the motion. You can always continue.
Sure.
So I will adopt. I make a motion that we adopt Resolution CC 2006-039 and CC 2006-04, adding postal workers to the list of people who can be out.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor by Councilmember MD, seconded by Councilmember Horvath. Are you done, Councilmember MD, speaking? So,
Yes, I am.
okay, great. Councilmember Nairnheim.
So just to be clear, this is not, we're not discussing the the COVID orders, correct? Regarding closure of parks and things like
Right,
that.
I think that item is later on your agenda.
Yeah, I
That's
just
a
want to.
separate item.
Yeah, I just want to make sure because I had some questions on that and I don't want to miss the step on that. So that's all I wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Okay, the only other comment I want to make is it is amazing how compliant the community has been, and I want to thank the community for being so compliant, and that thanks probably comes more from our police department than anybody. It made their job very easy. It was unbelievable how quick people were complying. I took a quick drive just down through South Redondo shortly after 6, and it was practically immediate. So I really have to take the opportunity to thank the community, anybody that's watching, for being so compliant. I mean, people in the South Bay want to obey the law, and they do. So it's the kind of community we're in. With that, there's a motion on the floor and a second. I'll do roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Gran.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, well, there you go. There goes our red folder item.
Okay, I need to read the resolution.
Go ahead.
Actually, this, I need to ask the city attorney one item. I think we have to approve H2 so I can read the title only. Otherwise, I need to read the whole resolution.
Did we miss something in the motion?
No, so,
So you took, you did it before consent calendar, and on consent calendar, you always approve reading the resolution by title only.
So can I just make the motion, can't Laura just amend the motion to read by title only?
Yes.
thank you.
I'm amend that we read by title only.
Thank you. Okay,
Do we need to vote again?
yes.
Okay. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Gran.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
See how fast that goes?
I'm going to go get another drink. This isn't a test, right? You're not going to.
Yeah, no, you go ahead.
Okay, great. I'm going to adopt by title only resolution number CC-2006-039, a resolution of City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, ratifying the action of the city manager acting as the Director of Emergency Services and proclaiming the existence of a local emergency in the City of Redondo Beach. Adopt by title only resolution number CC-2006-040, a resolution of the City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, confirming the action of the city manager acting as the Director of Emergency Services in issuing a curfew order dated May 31st, 2020, under City of Redondo Beach's emergency authority. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Eleanor. Moving right into agency recesses, I'd like to call to order a regular meeting of the Community Financing Authority. Could I get a roll call, please?
Member Nierenheim.
Here.
Member Lowenstein.
Here.
Member Horvath.
Here.
Member Gran.
Here.
Member MD.
Here.
Chairman Brand.
Here, thank you. Anyone have a problem with the order of agenda? I'll just keep going if I don't hear any objections. Consent calendar, we have 4 items on the consent calendar. We'll pass these all at once. Anybody can pull an item. Would anybody like to pull any of the items off the consent calendar for the Redondo Beach Community Financing Authority?
Motion to approve. Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Are there any comments from the public on the consent calendar for the Redondo Beach Community Financing Authority?
Oops.
No, there are none, sir.
Okay, great. Thank you, Vicki. So there's a motion by Councilmember Horvath and a motion by Councilmember, second by Councilmember Nierenheim. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Gran.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Great. So do you need to read anything?
No, Mayor.
Yeah, okay.
Not on this one.
Great. So there were no excluded consent calendar items. Next is public participation on non-agenda items. Again, this is the Redondo Beach Community Financing Authority. Is there anybody from the public like to speak on non-agenda items for this agency?
We have none.
Great, thank you. We have no old business or new business with that. Are there any referrals to staff? Okay, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion by Councilmember Horvath. I believe it was seconded by Councilmember Gran.
Correct.
Councilmember Naranine.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Gran.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Great. So moving right along, next up is a meeting of the regular meeting of the Redondo Beach Housing Authority. I'd like to call to order. Roll call, please.
Member Nierenheim.
Here.
Member Lowenstein.
Here.
Member Horvath.
Here.
Member Gran.
Here.
Member MD.
Here.
Commissioner Laziner. I don't know if I said that.
Here, Lioness. Raphael.
Elias. Excuse me. Chairman Brand.
Here, and thank you for joining us, Commissioner Elias. So first up is approval of order of agenda. Is there any comments about that? Everybody okay with that, I assume? Well, this is so ordered. Consent calendar, there are 3 items on the consent calendar. Anybody can pull any item. Anybody from the public can comment. Are there any public comments on the consent calendar?
No, Mayor.
Great. Is there anyone like to pull anything from the consent calendar? Are there any motions to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Horvath, second by Councilmember Naranine. Roll call vote. Councilmember Naranine.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Gran.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Great. You don't have anything to read, do you?
And the commissioner.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Commissioner Diana.
Aye.
Aye.
No public
Okay.
comments.
So that's a 6-0 vote. Are there no comments?
No, Mayor.
For
No chair.
public participation on non-agenda items for the Housing Authority? Okay, our new business is status report on the Section 8 and fair housing programs. John LaRock, our housing administrator, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to be sharing my screen with you to give you your presentation this evening. We are giving you a quarterly status report on the Redondo Beach Section 8 and fair housing programs for the months of March, April, and May 2020. We currently have 436 families on the program. You see there the breakout of those different groups between families and those who are categorized as seniors or disabled. The current occupancy is in relation to our agency goal of 520. As you know, that goal continues to be challenged by available vacancies, participating landlords, and the prices of units, as well as stereotypes of Section 8 housing in general. Over the last 3 months, we have the following activity. Of note is the 135 renewals and then 2 new contracts. Our average housing assistance payment to those tenants is $1,126 a month. That's the amount that the city, through its HUD allocation, contributes to the rent of those participating Section 8 clients. And the total payments for rent support over the quarter were the $1.483 million you see there. Some funding highlights with regards to the HUD program. We received our HUD award letter. Our housing assistance payments, as you can see there, comparatively to 2019, has gone up substantially, which is a positive for our tenants. Our administrative fee likewise has gone up, which enables us to continue both staff retention as well as the maintenance and operations support of the program. We also received late news recently that HUD, through the CARES Act approval, is appropriating funding to all housing authorities at a proportional amount to assist them with the administrative aspects of providing services during the COVID-19 pandemic, which continues for an undetermined time. This will be spent on things such as physical preparations in the facility to greet and provide customer service to the clients once city offices open, as well as to provide as much online services as possible, which could be in the form of new computer programming and other online services for our customers. And we continue to be recognized by HUD as a designated high-performing agency, which the staff is very proud of and they work very hard to earn. Another highlight for us is the VASH program, which is the Veterans Assisted Supportive Housing. This is a specialized program that assists U.S. Service members who've been honorably discharged to receive assistance to find housing in our community. We have currently a roster of 40 vouchers we are working with, and we've housed a number of veterans. The Housing Authority was also successful in petitioning HUD in Washington, D.C. to increase the payment standard for the fair market rent amount up to 160% of that current rate. So that really enables the veterans to really select a great variety of units as they seek permanent housing in our city. So we're very happy to be participating in that program and looking to continually add clients. Our waiting list, as you know, is a lengthy list, has not been opened for new signups since 2015. There are over 4,700 people on that list. Our activity on the wait list is somewhat frozen due to the pandemic. We really are not conducting what are extensive in-person interviews for waiting list clients for their eligibility. But we do, keep giving them updates as necessary as to their status. If they want to check their status, they can visit the city's website under the housing section of community services, or they can call the phone number listed or the website waitlistcheck.com. Our fair housing program, as you're aware, we contract separately with the Housing Rights Center to provide mediation between tenants and landlords for general issues with regards to the property relationship and contracting. In addition to this service, I'll just mention, since there may be other people who are paying attention to this segment and have questions about how the housing rules relate to the COVID-19 pandemic, those cases are being handled separately by the Los Angeles County Disaster Help Center. They can be reached at 833-238-4450. They can also be emailed at rent@dcba.lacounty.gov. We'll be hosting that information on our website as well. That is for both tenants and landlords who have questions about the applicability of the state's moratorium, as well as the rights of property owners to collect or to suspend rent payments and so forth. So that concludes our report. I'm available for any questions, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Sorry, I was on mute. Thank you, John, for that always complete report. It's very helpful. You always have the key information in there for us. I see a hand up, Councilmember MD.
No, I agree. Same thing. It's a great report, and I'm really excited about the veterans changing. And also, if I remember right, we no one can turn down Section 8 people just because they're Section 8. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember or Housing Authority member MD. As part of the pandemic moratorium, but also other legislation that came out late last year, it is illegal for anyone to discriminate on any person solely on the basis of the fact that they are holding and presenting a Section 8 voucher as part of their housing matrix. And frankly, in today's economic climate, Section 8 housing and the supportive payments the city provides through its HUD funding are probably some of the most secure tenants you could find in any apartment situation. So we encourage any landlords listening tonight who are not in the Section 8 program to please contact us to become part of our program. You can start with 1 unit or 100. We're welcome to work with you.
That's an excellent point. I think I'll push that out. That's a good, for all those landlords that were complaining that people aren't making their payment. That's an excellent point. Thank you. That was all I have.
Yeah. Great. Thank you. Is a recommendation to receive and file, John, or?
There is no other action than receiving and filing the quarterly report. Yes, thank you, Mayor.
Okay.
I move that we receive and file the report.
Second.
Was that Councilmember Horvath seconding?
That's correct.
Okay, great. Councilmember Narenheim.
I've got a quick question before I say aye. When I was going over the report, John, there's only, a handfuls of cities in the LA area that actually have a housing department. I thought it was, 20 or 30 cities, but it looks like there's only 5 cities: Pasadena, LA City, Santa Monica, ourselves, and 1 or 2 others, I believe. Did I read that correctly?
There are a number of housing authorities in LA County, Councilmember Anaheim, Torrance, Hawthorne, Lawndale, Gardena. We can provide an offline list if that would be helpful. We belong to a consortium of housing authorities that we meet with on a quarterly basis, and it's over 50 different agencies in LA County that we meet with quarterly.
Okay, so I guess I read that wrong in there, but I saw the list of cities in there. I can't find them right now offhand. Okay, all right, that sounds good. That's all question I had. All right.
Okay, with that, there's a motion and a second to receive and file. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Gran.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
And sorry, Commissioner Raphael.
Yeah, I have a quick question, but I didn't know how to raise my hand on this. I'm sorry.
Oh, well, go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So my question is there a way that the city can advocate to landlords, especially right now, given what's going on with the pandemic, maybe not advocate, but remind them that Section 8 program does exist in our city and it's beneficial to them to participate in the program at this moment?
I'll respond to Commissioner Lanez. Thank you. It's a great point. The aforementioned special COVID funds we've received from HUD will be used as part of our immediately electronic outreach. Right now, we're somewhat limited in terms of our outreach because we cannot do any in-person meetings or site visits to facilities. So as we are able to open the offices and then expand outwards to our potential client base and customer base, we will be allocating some of that funding towards media pieces and other outreach to try and secure as many new as possible. It's a great point.
Thank you.
Commissioner Lioness, so you know, on Zoom down at the lower part, it says participants. It has a number 33. If you click on that, you'll see everybody to the right, and then there's at the bottom an area to raise your hand, if that helps.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, everybody's, learning as they go. So it's only a click away. You just got to know what that click is. All right. Well, with that, I think I was just waiting for your vote.
Oh, aye.
Aye. Okay. Great. So with that, the report is received in file. Let me get back to the agenda for that. Are there any referrals to staff? Okay, with that, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. The next scheduled meeting won't be till September.
Motion to adjourn till September.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion by Councilmember Narenheim, seconded by Councilmember MD. Roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Gran.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
And Commissioner Lioness.
Aye.
Okay, great. Thanks for joining us, Raphael. Really
Thank you.
appreciate it. It's great to have somebody, engaged and showing up every time. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Raphael.
Okay. Next up are blue folder items. I guess I need to do a roll call vote.
Yes.
Roll call vote to return to the regular city council meeting.
Councilmember Nierenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Horvath.
Here.
Councilmember Gran.
Here.
Councilmember MD.
Here.
Mayor Brand.
Here. Thank you, Eleanor. So, blue folder documents. What do we have to add to the record, Eleanor or?
Okay. So I have J1, we have for public participation on non-agenda items, we have some public communications. For L4, which is the proposed budget, we have public communications. And for O1, which is the local emergency pertaining to COVID-19, we have public communications, which was emailed to all of you. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Is there a motion to admit those to the record?
Motion to accept the blue folder items to the record.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Narenheim, seconded by Councilmember Horvath. Roll call vote, Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein,
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath,
Aye.
Councilmember Grant,
Aye.
and Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, so those are admitted to the blue folder and to the public record. So with that, we're moving right along to the consent calendar. Tonight we have only 7 items on our consent calendar. Any member can pull any of these items, and anyone from the public obviously can comment on any of these items. But I'll check on the members. Councilmember Narenheim, did you want to pull anything?
No, I'm good on pulling. I don't need to pull anything.
Great. Councilmember Alonso.
H4, please.
H4. Okay. Councilmember Horvath.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Grant.
Yes, H6, please.
H6. Okay. Councilmember MD.
No, thank you.
Okay. Are there any comments from the public on any consent calendar items other than H4 or H6?
No, Mayor.
Great. Thank you. So with that, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar other than items H4 or H6.
So move.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion by Councilmember MD, seconded by Councilmember Horvath to approve consent calendar items except for H4 and H6. Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Gran.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, do you need to read some things, Eleanor?
Yes, for H5, adopt by 4/5 vote and by title only, resolution number CC-2006-035, a resolution, City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, authorizing a 2019-2020 year budget modification to appropriate $13,428.47 from the Emergency Communications Equipment Replacement Fund for the purchase of Vesta Command Post Docking Station for Police and Fire Department. Thank you.
Okay, great, thank you. Item H4, Councilmember Lowenstein, you pulled this?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Brand. Chief Kaufman, are you available to address this item?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, Keith. Yeah, I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit about this joint and consolidated enforcement with Manhattan Beach.
Sure, absolutely. A lot of our neighboring cities along the coast have expressed interest in having their officers trained in maritime enforcement should they need the resource. From the perspective of keeping the shoreline safe and intelligence gathering and working with our partners, it's a good idea. In August 19th of 2019, August 20th of 2019, we signed a similar MOU with the city of El Segundo. And basically what happens is those departments pay to equip and train their officers, send them through the Maritime Enforcement Academy, and then on an as-needed basis, they would then be qualified to ride on the boat in the case of mutual aid, much like today, how the boat was used. I don't know if you saw it out there through the, just following the protests from the water side. But yeah, really that's all it is. It's just it's an agreement between cities so that they can work with us using the resource, and it's completely paid by them.
Okay, so just for the public's knowledge, we did purchase a boat for use by police in the harbor for law enforcement, since the harbor patrol can no longer be involved with law enforcement in the harbor itself. How much has that boat been used? Do we have any type of data in terms of how often it's been used and what type of scenarios it's been used?
Yeah, absolutely. So we have 4 personnel that are assigned to the boat, 1 sergeant and 3 operators. Our model is that we are available for enforcement on the water. However, those officers also work landside, the pier, and the beaches. So the boat, it's not a full-time crew that all they do is work on the water. They protect the entire area with various resources. Those are also the people that you would see on our UTVs on the beaches and things like that. So the exact amount of hours, I'd have to check the engines. I could give you a very, very specific number, but generally the crews, when they work, will try to split their time between water side and land side. And then also, you know, in times of when we're short staffed or something, they may be pulled away from the water and only used on the water as an as needed basis. So no, the community has not seen them out there on a full-time basis. We get asked that a lot. They generally do not work at night unless we have a pre-planned event. So yeah, it's it probably ends up being maybe a third of their time on the water.
Okay. Have we done anything with El Segundo? You mentioned El Segundo. Have we done any type of exercise or activities with them in terms of apprehension or law enforcement?
No, not yet, because they're sending their officers through the academy. We can't actually use and execute the agreement until they are trained. So no, they have not completed that. There's also internal things that each agency has to do, their selection processes, whatever their MOUs are that they go through. So that would be the delay in getting them out there. And then of course the availability of the school. It's a very difficult school to get in. So as of yet, I don't think that they have their officers trained up to the point that they can be out on the boat. It takes some time. We were actually working on this agreement with Manhattan Beach long before El Segundo. They just happened to get to it first. So it has taken quite some time to get these agreements executed.
So Keith, where does it cross a line between, say, law enforcement from us and the Coast Guard? Where does the Coast Guard come in?
Well, the Coast Guard is dealing mostly with federal type crimes, interdictions, things that cross international borders, and of course they're working with the military. We do work in conjunction with them. You may have seen them work with us during the Beach Life Festival. And we're also tied into the Maritime Coordination Center down in Long Beach, which they are a part of. But in general, most of our work is done with the local assets, the county assets, and then some other federal assets, the FBI and different people that do interdiction on the water.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just curious about all this. I would love to see a report on this before moving forward myself. I'd like to see the activity we're doing to make sure that we're not drawn away from, I mean, we're so busy these days with COVID and obviously now I don't want to say insurrection, but the civil unrest, I'm a little concerned about that. So I personally would like to see that more.
I have all kinds of statistics if you want me to read them off for you. Yeah, I can prepare them in a report. We can put them in a BRR. However, the city's necessity to have a law enforcement entity on the water is crucial. There is a gap there that concerns us, and it's very important that we are tied into intelligence, what happens between Long Beach and Marina del Rey, because we are it, and that's a long drive in either direction. So being tied into the maritime community and having the ability to do enforcement on the water is absolutely crucial to the safety of Redondo Beach. I can't state that enough. That is why we are there and available, and we have the resource.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Can you request a budget response report during this item, Joe? I mean, this is going to be a huge issue because of, the Harbor Commission last night talked extensively about, the trade-off between losing a Harbor Patrol person and the police operations that are going on there. Just to get the information on the table, it seems like it would be a good time to just request a budget response report like Chief Kaufman was volunteering.
If I may, that would be better during your budget discussion. This is just whether you approve that agreement.
I was just trying to expedite some things.
Yes, I appreciate that, but it would be good to have a full discussion of that later. And
it's not really this item. Okay.
Yeah.
Councilmember Nierenheim.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. Chief, do any of these other agencies give us any maintenance money or monies to offset the cost of maintenance and operations of this vessel. If we're going to be bringing them on board, are they paying anything other than their own training?
They would pay for their own equipment and their own training. The costs of the boat are borne out of our asset forfeiture fund. We haven't paid anything yet because no one's been on the boat from these agencies. But the agreement, as you see it set up here, is for them to take care of their personnel costs, overtime, any equipment, and then all of the cost of training. The only thing that this does for us, the benefit for us, is this augments our ability to have additional personnel on the water, especially when things are occurring in and around our cities. You guys know, you've heard me say this a lot of time. We're doing it right now. Protecting Redondo Beach does not mean staying 100% in Redondo Beach. It's very important that we have a regional approach with all of our partners. And when we have an asset like this and they're interested in having their personnel trained up, we offer it to them. Because if we don't, when they call, we will go anyway. And it's communication is better, and it's better for those individual departments if they are able to deploy their own personnel on the asset. It doesn't cost us anything. It just augments the amount of personnel that we have available.
Yeah, thank you for that. I also wanted to know, will they be trained up? Here's the real question: is will they be trained up enough so that they can utilize this vessel on their own, so that they bring two of their personnel on that vessel, whether it's El Segundo or El Segundo and Manhattan, or if Manhattan has an event like this volleyball tournament where they bring thousands of people down to the beach, or their own fireworks show, they could use this vessel on their own. Does this allow them to do that?
No, we would not set it up that way. There's too many things that go on. We have people that are trained to be on the water. We have people that are trained to drive the boat, and to get us to be at that point would take a long time. And I think the best thing to do is to allow them to be on the boat as a second passenger, or even as a third, but not as just here's the resource and take it. There's additional liabilities to doing things like that. We don't do that with police cars or anything else. So this agreement is just to have them available to use the asset, but have them trained when they are on it with us.
Right. Okay. So what about, you said this is paid through the asset forfeiture fund. I see that coming through all the time. There's some good money coming in there from the outside work that we do, that we bring in. Does this boat bring in any money from asset forfeiture? Like if we seize a vessel, or anything that we do on the water, or is it just purely monies that we grab from asset forfeiture from investigations on land?
There has not been an investigation on the water that has borne an asset into the fund. All of that stuff has been done landside. But there is a potential to do that if we were to have a major drug interdiction case where we were going to seize vessel's property or cash, then it would be borne from the boat, but we have not done that.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. That's all I have to ask.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve this then?
Mayor, we do have a e-comment on this one.
Go ahead. Yeah,
So,
go right ahead.
We have a comment submitted by Roger Carlson. I recognize the need for peace officers in the harbor and bay, and it certainly makes sense for Redondo to take the lead in coverage in our area and to be supported by neighboring cities. Given the budget challenges we face, we should evaluate the cost effectiveness of the dedicated police vessel versus staffing police on other vessels. Open parentheses, harbor patrol, Baywatch, et cetera, close parentheses. We should evaluate the budget impact of operations and maintenance of the dedicated police vessel versus its hours on station providing service. Staffing and budget prevented it from operating in the first quarter of the year, according to the first quarter report to the Harbor Commission. If we do approve a joint maritime agreement with Manhattan Beach, I hope the vessel gets more use and is cost effective. I'm in favor of this agreement if it improves the use and cost effectiveness of the police vessel. I'm opposed to it if it increases the budget impact of an expensive vessel or stretches the harbor and Pier Police Division too thin. That completes the comments.
Okay, thank you. Did you have any comment to that, Chief Kaufman?
Yeah, sure. One of the things that a lot of people don't realize is anytime you have a regional asset, especially within Area G, the department's availability to grant funding increases. So in the case of the boat, we have secured over $70,000 in grant funds recently through Homeland Security. And the only things that are allowable in Homeland Security funds are assets that protect cities from things that have a nexus to terrorism. So that's why we're able to secure those funds. The boat is funded partially through those grant funds because of the fact that this particular boat is regional. So it's a further incentive for us to work with our partners, and the more we work with them, the bigger availability to funds that we have. The only thing that the city pays for currently are the personnel costs for the people on the boat. Everything else is borne out of asset forfeiture, which is not coming from the general fund.
What about fuel, maintenance, those kinds of ongoing operational expenses?
Correct.
Let's see the other ends up. Okay, is there a motion to accept this?
Motion to accept this item H4.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Narenheim, seconded by Councilmember Horvath. Roll call vote, Councilmember Narenheim,
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein,
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath,
Aye.
Councilmember Gran,
Aye.
and Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, great. Yeah, I expect you to prepare a PRR on that, Keith. It's coming, I'm sure. So next up is item H6. Councilmember Gran, you pulled that item?
Sure. If I could have Ted Simon and Andy Wengie come on board, that'd be great. So thank you, gentlemen, for coming on today. We do a lot of things here on the City Council. We're passing a number of things, a lot of ordinances and a lot of other things. Sometimes it's just a really great project and or a large thanks needs to go out to some projects that don't necessarily get enough credit or limelight. This H6 talks about the Ringe Sanitary Sewer Pump Station project and how it's just been recently finished. Anybody drives on Ringe, it is you would probably not notice it very much. It's right next to the, I believe it's the Fulton grass area there. When I first got on City Council, Ted, your team took me on a public works tour. This is one of the things that we saw, and one of the things that we really looked at were this pump and how it was pretty much, this is the pump in North Redondo. Is that a correct, fair thing to say?
It is, absolutely.
Okay, so when we all flush the flush handle, this is one of the workhorses, as they say. So anyway, I just wanted to say thank you very much. This is a terrific project. If Andy or you, Ted, could just talk a little bit about this project. It's $2.1 million, or pardon me, $2.2 million, and it went very well. It was about a year project, from start to finish, and just a great job. So if you could just tell us a little bit about it, just to kind of shine some light on it, that'd be great.
Absolutely, Councilmember. I'll lead off and maybe let Andy get into some of the details if needed. This is a significant, it's actually our largest sewer pump station. It covers 224 acres of area that pumps into it. And it's pretty significant just in its capacity itself. It'll pump anywhere from 540 gallons per minute during the dry weather to 775 gallons per minute. So that's gallons per minute that this pump has the capacity of. It's got a very deep well in it. I believe it's over 25 feet. So it was quite an undertaking. It's a system that was in dire need of an upgrade. We reached not only the end of the lifespan of the pump and the mechanical and electrical equipment that was there, we were having difficulties finding replacement parts and doing continuous repairs. So this was a well-needed replacement, and it was very timely, and it's been functioning perfectly. Andy, I don't know how much more you can add on to it as well.
No, it's just very happy with the results. It's been in operation actually since November, and we went through the winter season without issue. That's taken us this long to bring it to you because we had to grow the grass on the field and put in some fencing and that thing. But yeah, very, very proud of the whole group. We had a lot of help from our operators, our sewer crew operators advising us, great engineering team. consultant team that helped us get it designed. So it's been a great project for us.
So I'll say this. It's not the most sexy project in the world, but man, you want that to work. So thank you so much. You guys did a fantastic job, and just tell your crews, great job, and thank you for a job well done. So
Thank you, absolutely.
Yeah, thanks for pulling that, Councilmember Grant. That was, those are the kind of projects, 2.6 million in total, that pretty much fly under the radar. But as a result of our sewer bond, call it, and our sewer fees that we pay, and as Councilmember Grant said, you want that to work, and you don't want it to break down in the middle of a rainstorm in the winter. So,
I'll make a motion to approve H6.
Second. Okay, there's a motion by Councilmember Grant, seconded by Councilmember Horvath. Are there any comments to read on there?
No, Mayor. No,
Sorry?
Mayor. No.
No, okay, thank you. Councilmember Naranine.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Grant.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, great. You don't have to read anything, do you, Eleanor?
No, not on this one. No, Mayor.
Okay, great. Well, that concludes our consent calendar. Next up is public participation on non-agenda items. It's the opportunity for the public to comment on anything that's not already on the agenda. Do we have anything, Eleanor?
Yes, we have 3 e-comments.
Okay, we'll go ahead and read those.
First comment is submitted by Wayne Craig. At a recent city council meeting, the city attorney made false statements about my letter detailing Riviera Village restaurants violating the COVID-19 rules. To be perfectly clear, all the facts detailed in that letter were verified by numerous sources. In his comments that night, Mr. Webb implied that what I wrote was libelous or quote-unquote sort of libelous, which is a legal term I am not familiar. I urge Mr. Webb to again read what I submitted, as there was nothing remotely libelous in it. In this time of crisis and now civil unrest, I suggest Mr. Webb take more care to avoid making incorrect statements about comments submitted by the public, even if he doesn't like the facts. At the very least, an apology is in order, especially after his false statements about me having been spread by some in social media. The second comment is submitted by someone identified as Zane Jr. Hi, I just wanted to express the immense gratitude to our Redondo Beach Fire Department and Police Department during these unprecedented and at times tumultuous times. They have been a constant throughout COVID-19, serving our community without missing a beat, and now with public gatherings and the threat of violence, they still do their job diligently as part of this community. I also want to thank Mayor Brand. Your Facebook Live broadcasts have been hugely informative. You are the only news anchor diligently covering everything Redondo and continuing to leading the way to try to retire once and for all that darn ugly, unhealthy, and coastal water warming power plant. Thank you, Mayor Brand, for being the awesome, honest, and courageous leader of our city. And the third comment submitted is from Leslie Campeggi. Last week on Wednesday, there was a line of people on the public sidewalk on South Broadway Street to collect what appeared to be free handouts from St. James Church. Around 12:30 p.m., still in line were approximately 40 people, none of whom were wearing masks or practicing social distancing per the 6-foot county guidelines established. I have no idea how many people in total had waited in line or when it started. It was clear that many of those gathered together on public property and private property lawns, enjoying what they had received, still not practicing social distancing or wearing masks in this neighborhood. If the churches have resumed their quote-unquote volunteer meal and handout programs to those in need, they do need to understand that we're still under county public health orders with guidelines. As such, they need to ensure that the facilitation of these programs from start to finish take place entirely on their own private property, especially with regard to standing in line without adhering to COVID-19 guidelines. It is grossly unfair to the local neighborhoods to experience an influx of those not practicing the county public health orders and then lingering in their neighborhoods as well. Please consider having PATH, P-A-T-H, address this and writing to the local churches and other organizations who participate in providing free weekly food and other items to those in need. Thank you. I believe that completes it. I'm just going to refresh my screen once to make sure we have no other comments, and I think that is all, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Great. Well, thank you. That wraps up public participation on non-agenda items. I guess we have 4 public hearings tonight. We'll take them in order. But first, I'll go through ex parte communications. These are communications that anyone's had with, staff or other council members or the public. So, Councilmember Narenheim, there are 4 hearings here. I guess I could just do all ex parte communications for any of these. So, do you have any ex parte communications to report for any of these 4 items?
I do. Basically, items L2, L3, L4. Basically, all of them I've talked with staff or Councilmember Lowenstein, yourself, the mayor, or the public.
All 4 items.
All 4 items.
Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yes, I also have the same as Councilmember Narenheim. I had ex parte with him, with yourself, Mayor Brand, staff, and the public. Thank you for all 4 items.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Horvath.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have talked with staff on all, public on L3, L4, I guess L1 as well, in a sense, just to be safe, and L2, yeah, all public on all of them, and then I've discussed. I've had a conversation with Councilmember Grant on L3 and Councilwoman MD and I on L4.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Grant.
Sure. Let's see. For L1 and L1 and L2 and L4 staff and the public, and L3 Mr. Horvath. That's it.
Okay, Councilmember MD.
L1, public, staff, and L2, no one, and L3, I also haven't done any public communication. L4 is Councilmember Horvath, staff, and public.
Okay, and I had on L1, I guess I had a conversation with Councilmember Narenheim about CDBG action plan. I had a conversation on L2 with Councilmember Lowenstein, as I recall. Those are very brief. On L3, by the way, I've had conversations with staff and public on all of these. It's come up at some point or another. L3, landscaping and lighting. I've talked to Councilmember Lowenstein and Narenheim about this. And L4, yeah, I've talked to the staff, Councilmember Lowenstein, Councilmember Narenheim, and yet to speak with anyone else about that. Okay. So with that, that's our ex parte communications. Let's go into the public hearings. We'll start with the first one, L1. Can I get a motion to open the public hearing for L1?
Motion to open the public hearing on item L1, please.
Second.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Grand.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, great. With that, I guess we'll go ahead and move into the report. Who's going to handle this, Joe? Is this John LaRock? John, you want to take
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. John LaRock, Community Services Department. This is a quick item with regards to our 2019-20 CDBG action plan. As you're aware, you approve an annual action plan for to guide both the CDBG program and the allocation of funds we receive from the federal government and the Office of HUD to benefit those in need in our community. But recently, in addition part of the CARES Act approval, there was a carve out included for HUD CDBG recipients to receive additional funds related specifically to the supporting of communities dealing with the COVID pandemic. We've received notification that the City of Redondo Beach CDBG program is scheduled to receive $168,000 from the CARES Act funding. There are of course parameters in terms of what that funding can be used for in the city. So you see here an allocation breakdown in the report, which I'll go through, and it really is to respond to both supporting those critical activities going on during the pandemic, which is an unknown length, as well as to support the city during its unfunded liabilities in terms of dealing with the pandemic on a day-to-day basis, which is crucial during this budget crisis. So in terms of the breakdown of the funding, we're proposing that an amount of $67,500 be allocated for the reimbursement and the future purchasing of PPE for our police, fire, and public works department, those that are in the front line and the public. And frankly, it's really to offset expenses that continue to grow every day that we are under the pandemic rules and maintaining social distance and trying to prevent the virus. We have a proportionate grant to Torrance YMCA. As you know, we fund Torrance YMCA annually through the traditional CDBG program to provide meals to seniors in the city, qualifying based on low income and so forth, and at-risk populations. They continue to do that remotely from their location in Torrance, even though we have invited them to expand the program, utilizing our senior centers, which are currently closed. We do have commercial kitchens available at 2 of them. So they are contemplating that move, but regardless of that circumstance, we are recommending an additional $25,000 to support their efforts in providing meals to seniors. They did not solicit us for any funding, but we felt it was an appropriate move with this funding availability based on the parameters of distribution. We also have, as previously described a couple of meetings ago when we did the transportation concepts contract renewal for Beach Cities Transit, we have unbudgeted work going on with Beach Cities Transit to deal with the pandemic. That stems from additional personnel to maintain the cleanliness and hygiene on the buses, as well as the bus shelters. That is unfunded expenses, so we are recommending an allocation of $60,500 to support that effort. And then finally, we have a $15,000 administrative cost. We have incurred additional administrative expenses in pursuing these CARES Act funding from HUD, as well as in the work for the action plan revision and also our consolidated plan. And so in order to maintain the administrative operations for our consultant as well as the city, that's the final allocation. So that basically is our report. We're looking for an approval of these recommendations so that we can file the paperwork. Your approval would also include authorizing the city manager to complete the necessary grant paperwork. The sooner we get that filed, the sooner we'll receive that allocation from HUD, and then we can begin implementation of these service providing grants. We're available for any questions. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, John. First hand up is Councilmember MD.
I was reading the report. I apologize. What were you asking me?
Yeah, you were the first one with the hand up.
He answered my question during his presentation.
Okay, great. Councilmember Narenheim.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. John, a couple of questions here. I see here that this is essentially new funding to the YMCA in Torrance, correct?
That is correct. Unsolicited new funding.
Why don't we move this money to Salvation Army or give more money to the Meals on Wheels program? They do a phenomenal job down there in the harbor.
In terms of funding need and support, Torrance YMCA is the key partner we have been working with. Salvation Army is to date fully funded for their program as we understand it in consultation. Torrance YMCA is struggling with demand, and that is a resource-based struggle. So we are trying to support them and, as I mentioned earlier, expand them not only in service providing in terms of a budgetary point of view, but also to hopefully pave the way to a facility expansion using our kitchens to increase proportionally the number of meals being able to provide and distribute it. But if you want to direct, I mean, again, this is within your discretion and within the rules of the allocation. If you want to describe something like that, you can certainly make that recommendation. We would need to revise some of the grant paperwork, but we can certainly bring that back and have you reauthorize it at that time.
Harbor Interfaith, they're doing phenomenal work with homeless, with seniors who are homeless. They have put in 40-something people to plus or minus to the Operation Room Key into the hotels, Lomita, San Pedro, and Lawndale. Lila's did great work there. They are always looking for more funding. Did you approach them at all and ask them regarding funding that they could use to find long-term housing for some of the people that they have placed into housing, these seniors they've placed into housing, because they could definitely use it?
We have not approached Harbor Interfaith or any of our other homeless services providers. We have funding going to Harbor Interfaith through two sources, both through the police department's approved contract for their services in the city, as well as in the 3 Beach City Consortium contract grant through Measure H and the COG, which is almost $350,000 for an 18-month period, which is also supporting their room key efforts as well as the general outreach to homelessness in the city. So in working with them on a fairly regular weekly basis, there has not been a threat to their level of service based on COVID. In fact, Harbor Interfaith, Path, and other providers have had to pull some street staff back just based on exposure to the coronavirus. So to the degree at which they can currently operate in the community, primarily to your point, focusing on the room key placements, the other outreaches are stymied just based on coronavirus. So
right. What I'm looking for on this is one-time payments, correct? This is a one-time that we're giving.
This is one-time funding.
Yeah. So I was thinking here, especially with Harbor Interfaith, they're going to need a lot of help getting those 40-something people that are have been experiencing homelessness in Redondo Beach, who are now living in Project Room Key in the hotels. That might give them the money to find that long-term placement, some bridge housing along the way.
But housing placements require ongoing funding.
Right. Well, you also have for instance, deposits and one-time payments such as that to the for 1 or 2 months or 3 months. That was my thinking here, because I really want to make sure that the people that are in the Project Room Key right now, it's going to be ending at the end of this month and end of next month at whatever location, the 2-3 locations they're at. We want to get them out of there and into long-term supportive housing. That's what I'm thinking here. But
what I would say, Councilmember Nierenheim, is that there is no long-term supportive housing for all of those people to go to. That is the great conversation going on right now in the community of service providers, because you're talking about hundreds and hundreds of people that have been placed in room key. There is no comparable long-term or short-term housing facilities for those individuals. So it remains to be solved what will happen when those hotel contracts expire, which is why the state is moving on some properties to buy them outright to maintain their status as homeless shelters. So my point just being that small one-time funding is not something that's going to secure the room nights on a going basis.
I'm not looking for room nights. I'm looking for deposits on apartments. I'm looking for, this is something I know would help Project Lila and Harbor Interfaith to bridge into long-term supportive housing on some of these locations. And I don't want more room nights. That contract could be extended. It could not be extended. That's what I'm looking at. And so I'm That's
Well,
my concern.
I understand the timing of this funding is for the 1920 action plan, which expires June 30th of this year. So it's very unlikely that room key tenancies are going to expire or be able to transition quick enough before the end of the fiscal year to receive this funding of any benefit.
Okay.
Because we're not carrying this over. Well,
Right. So it's got to be spent by the end of the month.
By the end of the action plan, which is the end of June. Yes, sir.
Okay.
But
okay.
But I will add, Councilmember Ehrenheim, for your information, both through Measure H and our Housing Authority funds, there are monies available, and Harbor Interfaith and Path are well aware of this, that if a person experiencing homelessness actually lines up for a unit in Redondo Beach, which would be extraordinary but good news, there are funds available for first and last month, utility establishment, as well as initial furnishings and goods to set that resident up safely and securely in a unit. That funding exists now.
Yeah, I mean, there's security deposits, and I mean, there's not enough. When I talked to a lot of these caseworkers from either PATH or Harbor Interfaith in the last few weeks, it's been, it's tough enough to get that funding, and I hear what you're saying. I'm really concerned on the people that have been placed into Project Room Key. Whatever we can do to get that money and especially if it's possible. Yeah, those are my concerns. I'm really working for that because I see these 40 people coming back on the streets, and this is a time sensitive thing. I know the Lomita location, I believe, is up at the end of June, I want to say, because they were started at the beginning of April, I want to say. So, yeah, that's why I'm pushing this a little bit harder. And great benefits from that program, getting them off the streets, and I want to be able to support that. So I'll listen to what everything else has to say from everyone else, but I'll probably make a motion to engage another authority to see if we can maybe get this done by next council meeting. So that's my only comments for now.
Great. John, let me ask you a couple questions. These CDBG allocations, usually bring us a list of the various agencies like the Family Crisis Center and Domestic Violence Services and the services for dental health for children without access. But in this case, you really only just brought us recommendations, so I don't really see the options. But that notwithstanding, I'm looking at the other question I have is related to Beach Cities Transit. I don't know what the breakdown is, but that's one of the larger allocations. And my understanding is Beach Cities Transit has always been funded by our transportation authority. And all of a sudden we're using CDBG grants for it. So I think if we all saw the list, you'd see us, well, why don't we give to this or why don't we give to that? And then I look at CDBG grants or CDBG money is going to Beach Cities Transit, which is for good causes. These are all good causes, but we might want to direct them to something else or maybe a portion of it. Likewise, I thought our police and fire had adequate PPE equipment. So, but I trust your judgment on that, and in speaking with our first responder agencies and chiefs. So I don't know what my question is, other than I know there's some other.
I think your question is, Mayor Brand, you want to know a list of other places we can spend this, because I myself had a lot of questions as to maybe we wanted to spend this somewhere else on some things.
Well, let me just drill down on one of them, John, and maybe you can explain your rationale between the $60,500 for the CDBG personal equipment, clean, disinfect buses, dial-a-ride vehicles, bus stop furniture. The city will also fund personnel and equipment to transport people experiencing homelessness in the city to shelters as a response to the pandemic.
Thank you, Mayor. To go back to the original point of your question, there was no RFP for this funding. The timing at which we found out about the funding and the timing with which we have to amend the action plan in order to apply, receive the funding, and then implement those allocations is very truncated. So typically when you receive your May report from us on the local service agencies, that has followed an RFP process that began 6 months earlier, where we solicit any service agency in the city and ask them if they wish to apply for funding. So that's a much more deliberate process according to a typical schedule. This is emergency funding that came very late in the fiscal year that we're trying to move as quickly as possible on an administrative basis. But that's not to say that you can't give direction for other choices, essentially to create a non-noticed RFP list and then pick and choose. We just want to make sure we have the time to submit the paperwork, receive the funding, and allocate it before June 30th. To the question about the transit system, the cost is proportionate to the expense. So the capacity for YMCA to spend more than $25,000 is not currently there, for instance. However, the cleaning of every vehicle that Beach Cities Transit runs, both for 102, 109, and Dial-A-Ride, plus all of the transit stops, which are not just in Redondo Beach, but through 4 beach cities, that is a large workforce effort, which has a proportionate cost. That expense is not represented in the current transit fund budget. So it's out of service spending, which we technically do not have at this point. So as it relates to enhanced and responsive public services under the guidelines for the CDBG expenses of the COVID emergency funding, maintaining public transit for essential trips and essential workers through HUD is a qualifying expense. So that's why it was considered. I guess that's my answer. And then in terms of what we've also done is we've pre-staged the ability to use Dial-A-Ride or full bus vehicles in the event that Harbor Interfaith or PATH or another agency is able to, in a group sense, bring a number of individuals at one time or on an individual basis to any room key location. We have the ability to allocate the transit system vehicles to do that. That would also be out of service, unbudgeted activity, but still crucial under the COVID scenario. That's why this funding would be applied for that. We don't know what that amount of service would be at this point. We have not performed one of those trips, but we stand ready to do that.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Appreciate that. Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. So, John, I was going to just kind of reaffirm your initial point. These are emergency funds that we need to use fairly quickly or put to their best use. What you've talked about from a transit standpoint is having a set of money set aside for things that are, as you said, are out of service things in the transit sense, where you have to clean, you have to be able to be ready to take special trips and things like that. Seems like a very appropriate use to have that. And I wholly support that. One thing I was talking to when I was listening about the YMCA and the monies that go there, as I understand it, the YMCA as well as the Meals on Wheels program through the Salvation Army, those are the 2 predominant lunch programs for the seniors and the senior lunch, the senior clubs. Is that correct?
The senior clubs our seniors only receive meals through Torrance YMCA.
Okay. And that's
Meals on Wheels is for those that tend to be more homebound, whether it's through age or the presence of a disability or other inability to both shop for themselves or prepare their own meals. Our meal programs take place in our senior centers when they are open.
When they're open, right?
That is provided by Torrance YMCA.
Right. So a little while back, we were having some troubles with some funding in those programs, and I know that the seniors in the Perry Park Senior Center and those folks, they give me an earful about making sure that that program is solid and that it is able to continue that. Since those lunches tend to be sometimes the only time that the seniors come into the program and are socialized. Again, they are our most vulnerable. We're under pandemic, but we also need to have that funding come through. And And I think that that is a very appropriate place for that money to go to. So I'll be supporting that. So thank you very much. How much was going over to the YMCA?
It's $25,000.
And you said that that's kind of what you're saying is you're balancing this as an appropriateness, having the 65 plus or the 65,000 over under transit and this. Where was the rest going? I'm sorry, I didn't write them all down.
We have funding for PPE for our first responders and critical public-facing personnel, which is largely public works. And then we have a $15,000 allocation for the administrative support for this funding, as well as some of the activities also caused by COVID to manage the CDBG program.
Well, it sounds like, we're using the funds that they're designated for, which is kind of emergency-ish COVID-19 to really get as good a bang for our buck as we can. And these programs seem to very much be appropriate. So thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay, Councilmember Horvath.
Yep. I want to thank Congress for appropriating the funds and that we're actually even able to have this conversation as a result of the CARES Act. And of course, I hope we're having another conversation in subsequent months related to the current HEROES Act. I want to thank John and his team for putting this together. I think it's well thought out and clearly represents where we are right now as it relates to a pandemic, but also the Torrance program, which is it's just a phenomenal program as it relates to seniors in our area and region in general. And then I want to thank Councilmember Narenheim for his service and working at Project Roomkey as a lifeguard through the county. I'm glad that he's been able to interact with the PATH and Harbor Interfaith people, and again invite him to join us at our regional homeless task force meetings, where I think you can learn an enormous amount of information, especially as it relates to many of the questions you have. Clearly we're constantly fighting for Measure H funding to take care of a lot of the things that you have brought up. That includes first month deposits for when we are able to get people into housing. I hope that you will support permanent supportive housing here in Redondo Beach and in the region. We definitely need it throughout this sub-region. As Mr. LaRock mentioned, there's a high need. There's a lot of people right now that are in Project Roomkey that will need to transition. Ideally, that's the whole point, is to transition them, but we don't know what'll happen. So with that said, I'd make a motion to close the public hearing, and then I'll make a motion on the item.
You need a public comment.
Yeah, let's wait for public comment. Is there any public comment?
No, Mayor, we have no public comments.
Okay. There's a motion by Councilmember Horvath.
And a second.
By Councilmember MD to close the public hearing, although Councilmember Narenheim just put his hand up. Why don't we listen to him and then vote on the motion?
I'm good on the motion with closing public hearing, and that's all. I'll speak after the motion.
Oh, okay. Well, with that, I'll take a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim?
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath?
Aye.
Councilmember Grand?
Aye.
And Councilmember MD?
Aye.
Okay, so the public hearing is closed.
Okay, and then I will make a motion to approve approve the proposed substantial amendment to the CDBG annual action plan for 2019-20 and authorize the city manager to sign the CARES Act grant application certifications and insurances.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Okay, I think Nils beat you, Laura. Looks like Councilmember Horvath has made a motion to accept that recommendation, and Councilmember Narenheim seconded.
No, I did not second. I didn't say anything.
Nope, that was me.
That was you, John. Sorry. Oh, okay. Seconded by Councilmember Grant. And then Councilmember Grant, you have your hand up.
Nope. Oh, sorry.
Councilmember Horvath, did you mean just keep your hand up?
No, thank you. Sorry.
Councilmember Narenheim?
So I'm not going to vote for this motion. Thank you. seeing what's going on, I would want to see a further list of what's happening in our city, what we could use this for. I'm very concerned about not just talking about the problem, but actually doing something about the problem. I want to be able to provide transportation services, seeing the struggles that firsthand what people have to deal with to get transportation to appointments, to the room key locations, and everything else along the way. I'm willing to approve some of these costs, like the administrative costs, the $15,000 costs. Willing to approve the personal protective equipment costs. The Torrance YMCA, I'm not willing to approve just quite yet, and the disinfectant costs, I'm not willing to approve. So I will make a motion to approve the funding.
Substitute.
As set forth by staff, except for the funding for $60,500 for the disinfectant dial-a-ride services and the YMCA services for $25,000, and to come back with a list for us for next week so that we can understand what other services we could use and to contact Harbor Interfaith and see what kind of transportation services they could utilize with monies to transport their clients, and as well as other community services we could use these monies for.
If I might add, Councilmember Narenheim, just so you're aware, Harbor Interfaith Services, and specifically Lila, has been allocated a city vehicle to transport clients to appointments and housing. In addition, as noted in the allocation recommendation, we are pre-staging all the Beach Cities transit vehicles to also back up that transportation need, whether it's an individual or group basis, to get to room key locations. So just so you're aware,
Right.
Lila has a city vehicle to do just that.
I'm very well aware of that, but you can only use one person in that vehicle at a time, so you can't put more than one client in that vehicle.
That's not true. That's not correct.
Actually, I know for a fact it's true because I watched it happen. And because of the COVID situation, you can't transport more than one client in a vehicle because of social distancing requirements. So, and that's one of the concerns I have is you can only do one client at a time for their rules that they have. So that's one of the reasons why I want to reach out and move these things along, because it takes a lot of time and effort, and I want to make sure they're well taken care of. And I want to see some of the other options that we have available for us to use these monies. So that would be my motion to approve everything except for those two items, and then come back with a list of where we can use it, and reach out to Harbor Interfaith to see how they could use some money for what they're doing supporting Project Green.
Okay, so Councilmember Narenheim made a substitute motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, a substitute motion to approve the two that he mentioned and not approve the other two, and come back with a list of other agencies that we could use some of this money for. Is that correct?
That is correct.
At the next meeting. Okay, so there's a motion and a second. I guess we'll vote on the substitute motion. Roll call. Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
No.
No. Councilmember Grand.
No.
And Councilmember MD.
No.
Okay, so that fails. So that takes us back to the original motion, which was to just approve it. I'll do a roll call vote on that. Councilmember Narenheim.
No.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
No.
Councilmember Grand. Sorry, I went out of order.
Aye.
Sorry. Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Mike, what if I veto this? Do I have to write it up, or this isn't really a resolution, right? What could I just vote?
I didn't see that there's a resolution or an ordinance, so you can veto it right now during the meeting. I anticipated that. That's why I logged on.
Well, I mean, it seems reasonable to come back with some options to me. So, and that you are approving the two very important ones as part of that. And you could end up doing the same thing with it next time. Let me look at this real quick. Make sure.
But if you veto it, then nothing gets approved. I checked with the clerk if anything could happen. You could continue the hearing, whatever you want to do. if you approve part of it and you've closed the hearing and you have to renotice a hearing, it gets problematic. So
it sounds like it'd be better to continue the hearing and have them come back
Yeah.
with options.
I'll make a new motion to continue the hearing for next week.
Well, let me just say then, if you're going to continue the hearing and have them come back, then I'll veto the last action.
okay, but
And we can come back and approve the same thing, or if you have options, people might want to change it.
so the only thing is you have to announce if you're vetoing it, and then we'll find out whether or not the council wants to continue the hearing. So it gets messy. So you first have to decide what you're doing, and then the council can decide what if anything.
I'm going to veto it in the hopes that it just comes back, we continue the hearing and have some options. None of this partial stuff. Let's just veto it, and then I will hope that somebody will make the motion that will pass to bring it back with more information so people can reconsider it.
I will make a motion to continue the public hearing until next week, Tuesday, and to come back with more items and for which we can spend the money on in the city, as well as contacting Harbor Interfaith, as well as the items that we brought forth tonight.
Yeah, like I was saying earlier, John, there's a lot of other potential agencies and nonprofits that could benefit from this as well. It's a big windfall. So it'd be good to see that list if this passes. So there's a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim?
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath?
No.
Councilmember Grand?
No.
Councilmember MD?
No.
Wow. All it was to bring it back with some more options. It is very disappointing that there just doesn't seem to be any compromise from the Councilmember MD, Councilmember Horvath, or Councilmember Grand. Once again, Councilmember Lowenstein had a great compromise before, and I'm losing track of all the potential compromises that would move forward and get some things done here. And it's disappointing to not see any compromise at all. I mean, again, this was just simply to bring it back, continue the hearing, and have more options. And you could have voted for the exact same thing at the next hearing. It's like you don't even want to see the options. So I don't understand. I'll entertain another motion. I know something has to happen. You can just cave into their lack of ability to compromise and go ahead and make the same motion they just made. Because we got to get something done here.
I have a hand raised.
Okay, go ahead, Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I find those words to be just unnecessary and pointless here. This is a good news item with valid four valid entities that the monies are going to have to redo it makes zero sense. So this is not about compromising. This is about doing something that is good for an emergency item, by the way. We're amending last year's CDBG, which I would expect you to understand because we just approved this year's CDBG just a few weeks ago. So this is $168,000 that will be used now, between now and the end of the year. So I'm really not quite understanding how we wouldn't approve this and how we would try to look for other things at this time. I'm going to assume. Let me ask Director LaRock, John, is there any reason why these four items were chosen versus any other items at this point in time?
Well, they're chosen because they fit within the guidelines of the funding for the Coronavirus CARES Act, and because they can be allocated for real-time expenses being incurred through June 30th without having to do RFPs or contracts or anything of that like. So, but we can certainly provide other alternatives, but this list allows us to execute the grant funds, receive them in due course, and allocate them for what has been emergency expenses that were unplanned within this fiscal year.
So I really don't see what the problem is here. What it sounds like to me is that there is an inherent lack of trust in Mr. LaRock and his staff's ability to bring forward something that works and that works for this emergency funding through the end of this month. That's how I see this playing out here. So I would kindly request that you reconsider your veto and that we move on to the other important items we have on the agenda this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Alonso.
Yeah, I take great offense at that, Christian, by actually putting words in.
You take great offense at
Excuse me, I have the floor.
Good for you.
Well, you had the floor. Now he's got the floor. That's how that works.
Are you finished?
No, go ahead.
I take great offense at that because you're telling me that I don't trust Mr. LaRock. That is absolutely wrong. And I never said anything bad about you, so I think that's really childish of you to say that because we decided to question. Our job up here is not to be potted plants. Our job is to provide oversight. And that really makes me upset. You know I don't get very upset very often, Christian, but you just really tweaked me right there. That's not right, and you know that's not right. We're just asking for other options. Yet you were stubborn, and you said, I'm going to go along with whatever staff said. And I wasn't that passionate about it, but now I am, because you were wrong about this. And I don't think it's right for Mr. LaRock to be put on the stand to say that we don't trust his judgment. But it is our option to provide oversight and to look for very valid and very, there's a lot of people that are hurting right now. And I'm not sure the Beach Cities Transit, with all the funding it gets, is necessarily the best option for quite a bit of money. So I think that's wrong. I was not upset with you at all, but you really insulted me, and I think you're wrong about it, Christian. So I'm not looking for an apology. I just want to know what's going on with the money if we don't approve it. Is it going to roll over? Is it going to disappear? Because I think all we're trying to do is just provide some oversight for next week. So, is there any clarification, Mr. Rock, on what happens to the money starting next week if we don't approve it?
Well, the money doesn't exist until we submit the paperwork to apply for the grant with whatever parameters you approve under which we would allocate the funding. So the first step is we would need to make sure we can properly notice the public hearing for next Tuesday or whatever the next available meeting would be.
That's why we were thinking about continuing the public
noticing. Okay, well, that's fine. And then it will just be our diligence to prepare a report for next Tuesday, which can certainly be done in a week's time.
Okay. Well, that would be fine. We don't want to put you on the spot, John. I definitely trust your judgment. We're just trying to look and see if these are the absolute best options for us. And if they are, then great. Let's vote on them then. But this is a very tough time for a lot of people. And there's a lot of great organizations out in our community that need money desperately right now. And I'm not sure the Beach Cities Transit with cleaning is the best option for very, very scarce resources right now. And all we're trying to do is look at it. So I'm sorry that you were put in that position, John. Certainly not any questioning your abilities. We're just trying to do some due diligence here. So thank you. And I don't mean to put you in the middle of this.
Councilmember MD.
So I don't know why that keeps going up. I didn't raise that.
Oh, okay. Councilmember Naranag. You're on mute.
Thank you, Mayor Brandt. Yeah. So, I just want to address, Christian, what you had to say. You sit there on your high horse and you go to these meetings and you talk to people about how people should think and what people should do. It is so demeaning, and I get so many comments from people talking about you sitting about in your little place with your meetings. I worked 32 days. I didn't bring this up. You did. I worked 32 days straight in Project Roomkey, working 12 to 13 hours a day. I had one day off. I know exactly what happens in Project Roomkey because I was in charge of one of the sites. And for you to sit there and act the way you do, and to think that I'm here to question staff, no, I'm not here to rubber stamp things like you are. Yes, I do understand exactly what's going on. And I want to make darn sure that the homeless people that have been in Redondo Beach and have been placed into housing in San Pedro in Lomita and Lawndale get every single ability moving forward to be moved around to doctor's appointments, to be moved around to housing, to get security deposits, monthly deposits, and moving forward and anything we can do to support them. I'm here fighting for them. I'm not talking in platitudes. I want to get something done. And the fact that we don't have a list of 20 different options, I think is an issue. Yes, I would like to see other things. Maybe there are some things. And you know what? We could totally approve everything next week as is. There's no rush. We would like to get it done right now. I agree with that. But it's an emergency situation. So for you to sit there and say that we don't trust staff or we don't care or we're turning this into a fight, I think you owe everyone here a huge apology, especially the people that are living in Project Roomkey right now that you seem to just not care about, that we're actually living on the streets. And that's who I'm fighting for right now. I'm making sure that they have the resources and I understand very minutely what's going on. So when you sit there with your head down and writing everything down, just understand that everyone's watching and everyone says the same exact thing. So I'm going to make the same exact motion to continue the public hearing, to come back with options that we can spend in other locations, and to reach out to Harbor Interfaith for next week's council meeting.
I'll second that.
Well, it's technically a motion for reconsideration that has to be made by one of the ones, on the other side. I'm not saying which one, but if someone wants to, I don't know if the mayor can withdraw his veto. So if someone
just to reconsider, it's just to
but I know what it is. But it's
the reconsideration is required.
One of the three have to make the motion. You can't have the same people who voted for it make the same motion. Alternatively, if Todd or Nils decides to change their mind, they should make a motion to override your veto, because that would be done with 4. I'm not suggesting which way to go. I'm just telling you which of the 2 options, how the procedure would go.
Okay, thank you. I see hands up, but I think some hands are up that meant to come down, which would be Councilmember Lowenstein. And did you mean to speak again?
No, that's fine.
Councilmember MD.
Mr. LaRock, so in the spirit of Mr. Narenheim's motion, do you, and I assume you've looked into this a lot, do you see us being able to come back with alternate funding that will not require an RFP or create a time problem or anything? What would be some of the concerns on delaying it a week?
No immediate concerns. We can present you with the list of the 1920 service agencies, and you can decide to divide it up amongst that group if you wish. We were just trying to respond, as I mentioned previously, to the immediate needs that are costing the city money because we have a crisis. I was just on the other side of the screen confirming with our consultant that long-term housing is excluded from the HUD rules for CDBG funding, which would apply here. So the ability to use any of this funding to provide for any type of semi-permanent or permanent housing or shelter for the people in Project Roomkey, unfortunately, is not an applicable expense. And as I said, we have other funding from the HUD Housing Authority side that does pay for that activity if someone is lucky enough as a person experiencing homelessness to get a unit in Redondo. So I just wanted to make that specification that when we bring this back, it will not include a recommendation or a choice, if you will, to use any of this money to help provide for housing after Roomkey, because that's not eligible under CDBG HUD rules.
And of those 19 or so other service agencies that you will be presenting, do any of those save the city money?
You have 5 agencies currently receiving funding. It's 6 is including the Housing Rights Center. but they don't cost us funding because they operate an independent nonprofit receiving funding from a great many sources. We are one minor source of their funding, but that's not to say you can't consider giving them all an infusion based on this CARES Act funding, provided it falls within the guidelines, which will take time to make sure so that you're making a decision that's, you know, guided by the rules and not doesn't have to be fixed with a third meeting.
So you're saying one other one would help us in funding, the rest would not. Is that what I heard you just?
I'm sorry. One other meeting?
No, one other agency would possibly save us money that is not on the list.
No, I'm saying none of your recipients of your traditional annual local service agency grants, that money is out the door. We've already reimbursed them for their expenses through this year. We're processing May invoices and we'll do June invoices in July, but there is no additional funding that is costing us money. The items we've identified are costing us money that was not budgeted. The local services agency grants that are being doled out are part of the approved action plan for 1920 that you did in May of last year. Am I answering your question? I'm sorry.
I think let me try, Laura. Basically, these are all grants, and more grant money fell on the table. You know, we always had this long list, and there's a lot of wonderful agencies. They're all great. John, thank you for throwing this together.
Yeah, and Mayor, I'll just clarify. It's not, HUD doesn't consider this grant funding.
Okay, maybe wrong choice.
Funding to deal with the pandemic response.
Okay. And so what John has done is allocated to some areas where we're incurring expenses like the Beach Cities Transit. And so that's, yeah.
And what I was trying to get clarification of is that if he brought back more options for us to fund with this funding, would any of those options help the city from save us expenses that we're spending now?
No, we are not experiencing any funding drawdown from the existing local service recipients based on the coronavirus, which is the guidance for this funding. It's response to the pandemic.
And so the ones you chose, though, are ones in which we are spending money on that pandemic right now, and it would help us.
Yes, unbudgeted funds being spent. So this is essentially helping to close the gap on all of our pandemic response spending, which we don't know how long that's going to go, but at least for fiscal 1920, it provides a small backstop against a great deal of funding going out the door dealing with the pandemic while we provide services. And in the case of YMCA, it's to support an agency that we have a relationship with, providing our seniors in this city with vital nutrition meals.
And so hence, that's why I don't think it would be productive for us to come back with those lists, because I think that it's not that I'm rubber stamping. It's not that I'm doing anything. I just agree with Mr. LaRocque's list on how he's presented this. And so that's why I don't think it would just create an inefficiency. And we're in the middle of budget season. We have a lot of other things to do. We couldn't even make it through all our closed session items this week. So that's why I think we need to just move forward with this list the way it is. And I respect the fact that Mr. Narenheim is trying to do more with it. And I do appreciate that, but it's not going to get to where he wants to be anyway. So that's why I think we just need to move forward with this particular, with the recommendation.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Grant.
As I mentioned, I believe that Mr. LaRocque actually has chosen wise places to put this money. The funding for the YMCA is paramount to our seniors, and when that program comes back on, they're going to need a lot of help. They don't have a lot of resources, and that is a very, very important program to the seniors that are here. I would welcome the fact that we do move on. So don't really know where to go from there. Here's what I would do in the spirit of compromise. So I am for all of what John LaRock has actually proposed here. I'd like to make a motion to see if we can kind of get onto the bigger issues that we have. This is, again, a feel-good issue, and this is something where we have emergency funds going to help our city deal with the pandemic. So I would make the motion to accept all but the transit funding portion that you have tonight, which includes the YMCA, and bring back this list that you'd like. And we will talk about the remaining 65,000 or whatever amount he had allocated there. And
John, you gotta, I like that idea, but you gotta also make the public hearing extended for next week.
extend the public hearing to do so.
Yeah, and I don't know how you decide something and then continue the public hearing at the same time.
The mayor would have to take back his veto. We'd have to kind of go backwards, right?
Well,
Okay, so and without saying which way you should go, you either need to find a third version that you could all live with in terms of closing the public hearing and deciding something. You can have one of the three who voted against Nils' motion make a motion for reconsideration and continue the public hearing.
That's what I'm doing.
Or you could have Todd or Nils make a motion to, or someone could make a motion to override the mayor's veto, but it would be a waste of time unless Nils or Todd is willing to vote for it. So what you're doing is something different because if you make
I think he's doing number two, John, or Mike, if he wants to.
I think number two.
Yeah. What's that, John?
Never mind.
It just seems like listening to Mike, it's number two or something else is going to happen. Meaning continue the hearing, come back. John can give us some options. You can do exactly what you talked about, John, approve the other three and maybe all four or break up the transit expenditures.
Yeah,
it would take a continuation. Is that correct, Mike? Or
I was saying you can't approve I don't think you can approve the 3 tonight, but I'd leave that.
Right. It falls to your number two option was continue the public hearing.
Okay. So
if he wants to do that.
Correct.
Oh, I'm trying to get things done tonight. So how do you guys want to do this?
Just continue for next week. I'll second that motion.
Well, we just said no.
Okay.
No, no, that's the compromise. I wanted to approve certain things and we can't do that. So this is not, as Mr. LaRock had just said, this isn't something we have to approve this very second right now. We can do it next week and still get the money in the funding. Maybe we can find better locations to put it at. And I will gladly join you in that compromise and
That's not
for next week.
What you're describing is not a compromise. It's your motion.
No, my motion was actually a little bit different.
Look,
we don't have a choice.
The same in that it would require continuing the public hearing. We can't break out, and approve part of it and then break it out according to the city attorney. So I think John, in fairness to John, he was trying to strike a compromise, but he wanted to do it tonight. And the city attorney said, no, you can't really do that. If I understood it correctly.
Let's just move it to next week. This isn't big. John, I'll join you on that compromise. And I think you and I could agree on what we're saying here with the internal details. But let's compromise for next week.
So here's the thing. I believe that the funding for the transit should go through. I'm just trying to get this done tonight. So how about one of you override the mayor's veto. We can reopen up the reopen the hearing and then remake a motion. That's what I heard. It's number 3.
And also, if I may interject, Councilmember Grand, you could also choose to take the Beach City Transit recommended funding and disperse that amongst the PPE and or the Torrance YMCA.
Correct. That would be
That takes it off the table for you.
that would be the third option. If you wanted to do something tonight, you could, what I was saying is you can't, partially award it, but then, have the public hearing continue next week. What you can do is the part that is most troubling to the people that voted against the motion, the motion to approve staff, you could take that money and send it, somewhere else. Wherever you want to do, you could send it as long as you know that it's compliant with the HUD guidelines.
You mean like the Family Crisis Center?
Well, I don't know if, and I love the Family Crisis Center. I didn't hear from Mr. LaRock whether it was, I would imagine they have COVID responsibilities, but he's verified that, the ones on that list are within are compliant with the program funding requirements. I don't know if anyone else is, and it'd be important that you pick someone who is. So what I heard him say was, had you picked Harbor Interfaith, which is an essential partner as part of our pilot program, the problem would have been that money couldn't have made it to them because it's not for the permanent housing, because Mr. LaRock verified that it wouldn't be compliant. So
there's a lot of other agencies, and we don't have a list in front of us, but things.
There's plenty of
and,
right, but there are a lot of agencies. I don't have any idea, nor do I think you have any idea, whether or not it's compliant with the particular funding requirements of this. I have confidence that the other ones are compliant because John's looked at it. Perhaps John, who I see staring at his computer, perhaps he is looking up whether or not 1736 Family Crisis Center would meet the requirements of the funding. The problem is, it's really hard. Can I suggest maybe, and I hate suggesting things, but maybe you can continue this item to later in the meeting? And that gives Mr. LaRock a little bit more time and a little less immediate pressure. And he can try and look to see, sorry if I'm volunteering you for the impossible, John, but he can try and see if, any other agencies would be compliant. And then you
got any answer to that right now, John? Or?
Any local service agency would be applicable, but it would be for their coronavirus response. So if 1736 is expending monies to take temperatures of the residents and provide sanitizer and shields for the staff to be separated from the clients, it has to be pandemic related.
Or what if they're getting more domestic violence calls?
If you
if they can quantify that reporting, yes.
Right. So if you continue it towards the end of the meeting, I'll ask Ms. Park to log in and take my place. We work for a long time very closely with our prosecution with 1736, and I can try and reach a couple of them to see if they have any and put them in touch with Mr. LaRock while the rest of the meeting proceeds without him.
Okay, so we would close the public hearing and continue until the later in the.
Yeah, just
continue.
Yeah, you've closed the public hearing. It's current, and you just go, okay, I'd like to take a recess from this item and continue at the end of the meeting.
I'd like to make a motion that we recess this item until after we finish the other public hearings.
Okay.
Other all items on the agenda other than.
Well, that would be okay.
Yeah,
so, if you do the other public hearings, you're going to get to it. If you put it towards the end,
God,
you may.
Okay, I'm just saying.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Out of fairness, see, that makes me regret offering that. That makes me regret offering that. So, But you can-
What is the best way to accomplish what we are talking about?
Just after the other public hearings, because it
Okay.
means you're going to get to it before the meeting ends. And with
Great.
going to the end, you may well reach the timeline and necessitate continuing it to the end of the meeting.
All right. So is that your motion, Laura?
That's my motion.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Remy, seconded by Councilmember Narenheim to continue until after the other public hearings. So roll call vote, Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Grand.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, great. So maybe we'll get some answers and might answer the question for us.
Yeah, and give me a little more time if you need me back, because I'm going to try and reach them.
Okay.
I'll have Ms. Park sign in.
Great, thank you. Okay, moving right along. Next is, excuse me.
Right along.
Our next public hearing is consider Aurelian Enterprises doing business as Athens Services proposed solid waste charges and fees. So I entertain a motion to open the public hearing.
So moved. Motion to open public hearing for item L2.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Grand.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, the public hearing is open. Ted, would you like to kick it off for us?
I do. Thank you, Your Honor. It is that year for us to come back to you to set the solid waste rates for the fiscal year 2021. And with me tonight, I'm joined by Jesse Reyes, our Senior Management Analyst from Public Works, as well as Amanda Mejia. She's Government Affairs with Athens Services. Jesse is going to go ahead and share his screen, provide the presentation, and then we'll come back with any questions you may have. Jesse?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Let me try to work this and share my screen. There we go. So what we have today is the public hearing to consider proposed adjustments to the solid waste refuse rates for fiscal year 2020-2021. Just a refresher, the pre-approved formula was ratified via the Prop 218 process back in April of 2019. That's better, I think. The annual changes, the formula is based off of the annual changes in these 6 industry costs: the disposal, labor, equipment, waste energy, fuel, and other. What you see in the rate adjustments for the next year is a large increase in our transformation index of 12.5%. What this equates to is an overall indice rate change of 3.99%. And you see a line item of the multifamily recycling fee on its own. This is only a rate that is attached to the multifamily dwellings, which is why it's kind of listed separately, and that's an adjustment of 2.18%. As a reminder, in June of 2019, the council approved the First Amendment with Athens Services. This included a 5-year rate structure of 7% annual increase for residential and multifamily, and a 14% annual increase to the commercial accounts, plus the CPI and 1%. For the residential rates, this means an 11.99% increase for the 2020-2021 rates and an 18.99% increase for the commercial rates. What does that mean in actual dollars? As you see, what we present every year with these comparable cities, our current single-family monthly rate is $18.74. That will increase it by $2 to $20.74 a month for the single-family rates, still keeping us comparable to other cities within the region and our size, still below kind of the median. For our commercial rates, you see a steeper increase from $120.40 to $143.26. While it's a steeper increase, when you see in comparison to the other cities, it's still on the lower to middle range. And that obviously will increase as the 5-year rate adjustment is set in place, but we still feel comfortable that it'll be comparable to the other cities. With that, that concludes the public, my presentation. Recommendation, as you already took action, was to open the public hearing, take public testimony, close the public hearing, and adopt by title only the resolution establishing these rates. Thank you. And that concludes, and I'm available for any questions.
Okay, thank you, Jesse. Ted, appreciate it. First hand up is Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, so the 5-year increase ends in which fiscal year? 2024/25 or 2025/2026?
2023, 2024, because you had 19, 20, 2021, 21, 22, 23, no, 24, 25.
Okay, it's 24/25. And so we add $2.10 on for city fees in addition to the 7% for residential, 14% for commercial?
So the $2.10 is for the single family rate. And that you see the $20.74 is inclusive of that $2.10 already.
Okay, so, and then for the rest of the term, what is it, 9 years total?
Correct.
Okay, so it remains flat after that, or does it go up to adjust for inflation or anything else?
Yes, it'll adjust by those 6 indices plus 1%.
Okay.
So this year it would technically be 4.99% instead of the 11.99%.
So by my calculations, if it stays flat after, or sorry, if the 7% and the 14% increases end in 2024 and 2025, the final rate in 24-25 is about $29.28 per month per single family, and $241.96. That's an increase of 56% for residential and 103% for commercial, or roughly 103%. That's really steep. I mean, we're compounding on, it's not 7% a year, we're compounding 7% on top of 7%. So let's make sure we understand that. You know, you're basically talking about taking it from roughly $216 a year for single family up into $360, if I'm not mistaken, for single family over a year. That's a big jump for single family. And for commercial, you're taking it from $1,400 a year all the way up to almost something like about $2,800 a year. That's a big jump. I mean, that's a huge jump. When I did these calculations, it's really surprised me. I mean, how are we justifying that? And also when you compare to other cities, you know, that's frozen in time. They may not be increasing by 7% like we are. We may leapfrog them very easily, or by 14%. We could easily leapfrog them. So I'm concerned. You know, we had originally had a compromise that, you know, we didn't want to soak one side or the other with increases, but this is, even at 7%, it's really high. I don't know. I'm concerned about this.
What I would say is that we started at a pretty low comparison rate with our rates over the last few years in comparison to other cities. We're comfortable, and I take your point that those increases will be significant in terms of percentage over the next 5 to 9 years. A lot of those are driven just by market conditions with the recycling markets, and a lot of times and Gary and Amanda could speak to that in more detail, where they use that to supplement their gross income and profits, and issues with that marketing, and along with the state mandates that have really forced cities to take on a lot more than was currently in place. So while those increases in percentage wise are steep, I don't disagree. I think in terms of dollars, you'll still see that they're comparable even after the 5 years.
Well, and this isn't any indication of the job that Athens is doing. They're doing a great job as far as I'm concerned. Street sweeping's now part of it. They've done a good job. They're very responsive. Don't get me wrong with that. I'm just concerned about the jump. It's a pretty high jump.
Yeah, point taken. And if I would
to comment on it, but
yeah,
Council member, the only thing I wanted to add to that is I know we went through this debate and discussion last fiscal year when we were back in front of you in June of last year.
Yeah.
That was a component that we looked at explicitly. Right now, we're under contract with the new amendment that's in place. And as Jesse said, because of that 5-year increase period, if that wasn't the case, we would be looking at that 3.99% increase, which is what was happening in the prior contract. With the current contract, this was the way that the council had agreed to move the contract forward with a 9-year extension. And for the first 5 years, this would be the increase on top of the indices that was there. So I'm not sure we have the ability to debate the contract component as much as really the one thing that Athens proposes to us is what those indices identify as a contract increase on top of what was there from the amendment that was approved last year.
So here's the problem, Ted, is that people are going to get a bill and they're not going to know what Monrovia is paying or Manhattan Beach is paying. They're just going to see their bill go up substantially. And it's our job to educate them on that. And that's a lot of responsibility for us to do that, to say we basically approved your rates doubling over the next 5 years. That's a lot of responsibility for a council member to do. Maybe I'll make sure that you guys are the ones answering angry residents and angry business owners when they see these jumps.
Right. And, we could make that available again. I think the matrix that we provided last year projected all of those extensions, what those deltas were going to be on a year-to-year basis. We can provide that and make that available as well.
Well, I would recommend that you not only provide those matrices, but I would also recommend that you provide an example of why these rates are going up, because they're going to want some answers. And this is an education process, and people are going to see that, and they're going to fly through the roof once they see that on their bills. So,
and we're happy to help answer those questions. As you said, Athens is a partner in this. They're happy to help answer those questions. We can definitely address them when they come around.
Okay.
Mayor, council members, you may want to call on Mr. Clifford. You do have senior executive with Athens to talk about the methodology and the rate increases and maybe what techniques he's used. He's been in this situation before in other cities. So
sure. Yeah, that would be great. I really respect Gary. He's doing, anytime I have an issue, I call him and he's right on it. And that's hard to find somebody like that. So Gary, if you wouldn't mind, talking with us about it and what you could maybe do from your end to educate people, because they're not going to be happy that their rates are going up on their property tax bill. So.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we hear you good, Gary.
Good evening. This is Gary Clifford, Executive Vice President of Athens. It's my pleasure to serve you. I do want you to know that it was Athens Services' intent to make sure that the city of Redondo Beach stays below the median rate while incorporating many other services and unfunded mandates from the state of California into this waste contract that weren't in the contract originally. As I told you before, Amanda Mejia, myself, and the rest of the Athens team will take on the responsibility of town hall meetings, educating the public as we did before. I also think we reimbursed the city for the Prop 218 program, and in that, and so it's our intent to do a very active community outreach to everyone so they understand the benefits of this contract environmentally and why it's good. And although their rates are going to go up over a period of time, those rates are still going to keep below median pace with the rest of the environment locally with probably, I haven't found a contract that has higher goals from a standpoint of environmental and recycling goals. So you're still going to stay number one. And it's been my opinion and my research that your customers like being at the top of that grid, and they're going to be interactive with us. There'll be a few that don't like the rate increase over time, but I think the city council wisely chose to do this over a period of time instead of all at once like some other cities have done, to ease this into the programs and to the residents. So to give the city council more of a collaborative approach, Athens is taking on that education with the Public Works Department to make sure that we can minimize calls to the city council, because as you know, I used to do that job also. So I tried to build those into our contract to minimize the information that you guys have to be involved with, which is why we went over this a year or a year and a half ago.
Right. Okay, that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gary, this is Mayor Brand. Can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir, you may. If you don't mind, I'm driving back from a Lake Forest City Council meeting. So yes, you may.
Yeah, I imagine you're busy this time. What's going on? What's the status of our diversion rate and how does it affect our rates? I know that, you know, our ability to get monies for recycled materials is basically plummeting. So I'm wondering how that's going to affect our rates.
Well, you've taken care of that by putting this program in place, and it's not going to affect the rates one iota more than you already have broadcasted to your customers or agreed to on the extension of our contract. So in other words, Athens took that liability away from you, and as we move forward and build our new facility that has the ability to recycle the things that other people can't right now, you're going to be covered there. For instance, paper is not recyclable. Mixed paper, there's no market for right now, and a lot of companies are taking those to a landfill. We've developed another technology to recycle that. Your new contract has already taken that into consideration, and you will be able to get credit for some of those other recyclable items that other people can't. And I think that's one of the benefits of your contract.
Okay, so you're building a new facility where mixed paper there's no market for, but the paper that we're going to send you to this new recycling facility, there will be a market for.
Yes, sir. And because it's still kind of a it hasn't been revealed to the public yet. That's the extent that I can describe that to you at this time.
Okay, well, I'll just take your word for that.
Thank you.
Todd, you have your hand up still. Did you mean to?
No, I didn't. I'm finished. Thank you.
Councilmember Gran?
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to say that the Athens folks have been doing a terrific job. There's been no issue in service. They're obviously, talk about an essential service you guys have been performing. Gary, I was wondering if you have any updates just quickly on the prototype or the program up here in District 4 with regards to the two recycle or the two can system. Any preliminary thoughts on that at all?
You know, I could let Amanda speak to that because she's working with operations every day on it. I know that we just had a little interruption called the pandemic with that, so there with some of the recycling information has been skewed due to that. But once we are able to eliminate that data, I think we'll have some real good data to show you. I just haven't seen the data from the COVID separated from that data yet. So we're kind of trying to work around the pandemic and minimizing our drivers' exposure to the city and your city's exposure to our drivers.
Well, up in District 4, things have been going well. It seems to be not really making our residents have to change their issues at all. But anyway, just we're looking forward to that. You know, I'll remind everyone, when we signed with Athens a while back, we've had a smoking deal for a long time. And when we discussed this a year ago, and we signed on to a 9-year extension plus a 2-year option. Athens has come through for us a number of times, including the fish kill and taking over the cost savings of street sweeping, et cetera, et cetera. They've been a very good partner of ours, and this is just part of us kind of restoring the balance to a really great deal that we've had. So Gary, thank you to you and your team for that.
And if I could, Mayor Brand, very quickly on the two waste stream system, we are in communication with Amanda and the operations team, given that we were initially going to bring this forward to council for consideration in September. The COVID issue, we are looking on how to address that to make sure that the data presented is valid, given that there was obviously lack of traffic for a couple months. That obviously skews some of the data. So we're in conversations on how to best address that and then bring it forward to council at a later date in the fall.
Okay, thank you, Jesse.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Brand. That's all I had.
Okay, Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, I just want to address some of Councilmember Lowenstein's concerns, because I feel like we have this conversation often and repeatedly, and I understand where he is usually coming from, and I think we all come from that place of wanting to ensure that our residents are getting the best bang for their buck, that they're not being overcharged, and that they're not being milked for more monies or whatever in any way, shape, or form, whether that's a tax or an assessment or a fee, and that's understandable. But I feel like we had an extremely robust conversation about this last year, where we examined, and so Ted or Jesse, just correct me if I'm wrong here, but we did examine the pricing structure over the term of the contract, and there was I feel like there was 3 options you gave us. Was that correct? Okay, and I feel like we really, like I said, had a robust conversation on trying to figure out which one was to go forward. But my question is, and I just want to make sure, because I know Councilmember Lowenstein was doing some math at the head of his comments, but did anything change from the projections that you gave us last year and the information that was sent out to residents as part of the 218 notice?
No, nothing has changed. The only thing that varies from year to year during this period is what the indices precipitate into as an annual increase. Everything else was preset by the amendment last year, and therefore it's in compliance with that. Okay.
So, and we did, as part of that whole 218 notice, right? Because I think one of Councilmember Lowenstein's other concerns is, how do we explain this to residents? But I just want to make sure, like, that was part of that notice, right? The structure for rates.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. So, I mean, and maybe this, to his point, it is incumbent on us to just continually remind people about the line item on their property tax bill as it relates to this. As I recall, and I think Councilmember Gran was just mentioning, was that it was an extremely good deal compared to if we were to go out and do an RFP and go through that whole process and start from scratch. So I'm happy to take on that burden with my residents and explain to them, if there is any issue. But I just wanted to make sure that there weren't any like major changes between what we discussed last year and what we're seeing now as part of just this normal item, because this comes to us every year, just like the next item for just kind of an approval for the coming year. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
Right. Okay. I just wanted to make sure. Okay. That was all I had. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein.
I'll tell you what's changed. We've had a major pandemic. We have almost 20% unemployment. Some people are wondering where their next meal is coming from. I know people that are on unemployment for 11 weeks have not gotten one check from EDD. And that's why I'm questioning stuff like this tonight. And that goes back to the previous item where we're spending money on things like buses when people are lacking the ability to pay their mortgage, their rent, their food, and yet we take this seriously. This is why we have a hearing. We hear from the public. We also look at what's happened. It's been 12 months, it's been 14 months since April of 2019. So yes, I'm going to question these type of things because there's a lot of people that aren't going to be coming back in business. And the people that are in business are worried about being able to afford everything, especially their trash hauling. That's one of the things that's really big for them, I'm sure. It's a huge expense for a lot of people. $3,000 a month for one location when this thing is all said and done. So yeah, a lot's changed over the last 3 months. A lot's changed. A lot has changed over the last 12 months. We need to understand what our community is feeling right now. And I don't think we all get that right now. I know a lot of people that are out of work right now. And any increase takes food away from their table, their family's table. So yeah, I'm going to question these type of things. And so I think if you're implying that nothing's changed, and why didn't I bring this up before? Because a lot has changed. And that's why I didn't bring it up before. I didn't know in April of 2019 that there'd be a pandemic, there'd be civil unrest, and that people would be literally wondering where their next meal is coming from. Yeah, that's why I'm bringing this up. So thank you.
I'm not implying anything. I'm just asking simple questions.
No, I understand that, but I again, that's why I'm questioning these things. Somebody has to question it. So it'll be me if it's nobody else, but I would hope it's other people.
Okay, Councilmember Narenheim.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. Yes, Mr. Councilman Lowenstein, I agree with you 100%. We should be asking the tough questions. We should be making sure that these rate increases are what they are because the residents are going to end up paying and they're going to ask us why. So we need to thoroughly vet those expenses. And I agree with you 100%. Mr. Saman, real quick. So this trash fund that's set up, we have a separate fund that's set up for trash. It doesn't hit our general fund, correct?
Yes, correct.
So we bill out to all the residences, and the residences pay through their property tax. So we collect from the property tax, the county property tax, and then we collect from that and pay. Actually, we pay it forward to Athens. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah, we pay Athens services on a routine or monthly basis, and then we receive our property tax revenues through the 2 times of the year that we receive them back from the county.
Okay. So if somebody goes into foreclosure or something like that, we don't get that money, or we would much further down the line, but that gets rectified at a later date, correct?
That's correct.
How do other cities do their property tax, like Hermosa, or not property tax, their fee collection? Do they send them a direct bill?
The ones that I'm aware of are direct billing, whether it's through the agency and or through the solid waste company, but it's direct billing for the service on a regular basis, not through the property tax.
Okay. I noticed that a lot of our trash for our city was directly billed to this fund. Is it correct to assume that the city trash services, trash expenses get billed to that fund, and then the fund pays for those services?
Yeah, I mean, I think the better way to say it is that the trash services for the city facilities are incorporated into that contract.
Okay, right. That's a good way to, yeah. Okay. I have nothing else further. I just wanted to clarify how we got paid on that. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember MD.
I just wanted to confirm because I agreed with Mr. Lowenstein that it does feel like a big jump. I understand staff saying that it's comparable to others, but I think Councilman Horvath also kind of clarified my question that I had. Is this within the parameters of what we agreed to when we agreed to the contract?
Yes, it is. Though this is directly in line with the contract agreement.
And somebody did ask me, and I'm pretty sure the answer is no, but I thought I would ask it, is that can residents just do their own trash companies, like hire out? I think other states do this. I've never seen this in California, where you could have like, a list of trash companies that they can then choose from.
I think for the residents, it's an exclusive contract with Athens Services, and no, they don't have the option of choosing their own trash hauler at that point.
For the residents and for the commercial accounts, the only open component of our trash hauling is the roll-offs. So for demolition projects and whatnot, they can order from any company, but any residential or commercial accounts must be done through Athens.
And also, I just want to remind council and the residents that when we were reviewing the rates, that our rates, and that as long as we're within the parameters of what we'd agreed to, when I remember looking at it last spring, it was we were by far the least expensive than many of the cities, as you kind of pointed out, that we're still within that parameters of that. So I get that it's a big jump, but it is within the reason, and I think we kind of studied all that before, and on where it's good, where it falls compared to everybody else. That's all. I'm done. Thank you.
Okay, well, there are hands up. Amanda, you had your hand up, but I guess you took it down. That's fine. A lot of questions are getting answered, and then you put your hand back up. You want to go ahead and speak for a minute, Amanda? This is Amanda from Athens. Go ahead.
Hi, good evening, Council. Good evening, Mayor. I just wanted to address Councilmember Lowenstein's comment regarding the businesses. I just want to let you know that I am working closely with the Department of Public Works and with the businesses, and making sure that we're communicating with them. I'm really speaking to many of the businesses daily and ensuring that if they need to lower their service due to closures or not needing the service at the moment, that we are making those adjustments from day to day. So we are working closely with those businesses to ensure that they're not being quote unquote overcharged or charged for service that they may not need at the moment. So just wanted to make sure that you knew that we were doing that outreach on our end.
Oh, that's good to know. Thank you for that, Amanda, because restaurants and other business districts that aren't needing the services are still having to pay. So it's good to be able to make some adjustments. Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. Back when we were looking at these rates, we had looked at both the residential and the commercial rate, and I was advocating for keeping the commercial rates a little bit lower. And this council actually determined that they'd rather keep the residential much lower, so that the burden was actually a bit more on the commercial side. Now, the commercial side, the rates are essentially right in the middle, but that is kind of the decision that this council made. And again, I was advocating for more of a balanced approach and kind of not leaning on one side of that coin or the other, the residential or the commercial. But anyway, this is the contract that we've signed, and they're doing a great job. And I would make a motion to close the public hearing.
We need there's no public testimony.
Yeah, I was meant to ask. We need to ask if there's any public testimony, and there's no public testimony.
So then I will make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Okay, Lori, you had your hand up, but I guess you're all right. So there's a motion to close the public hearing, seconded by Councilmember Horvath. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Gran.
Aye.
Councilmember MD.
Aye.
I will just clarify something. We don't have to vote for any of these, right? There's no requirement. We had some agreements and all that, but this is the point of the whole hearing. I just want to remind everybody we're not required to vote for this. I'm not saying one way or the other. I'm just reminding everybody. So, anyway.
So I would also then like to make a motion to adopt title resolution CC 2006-038, resolution of the City Council of Redondo Beach, California, establishing solid waste contractors' charges and corresponding city fees for residential, multifamily, and commercial refuge collection for the 2021 fiscal year.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Grand, seconded by Councilmember Horvath. The only hand I see up is Amanda's. I don't know if she meant to leave it up. Had something more to say.
Public hearing.
Oh, it's down now. Okay, and there's no public comments. So I'll just take a vote. Councilmember Narenheim?
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath?
Aye.
Councilmember Grand?
Aye.
And Councilmember Emby?
Aye.
Okay. Well, there you go. Thank you, Gary. Thank you, Amanda. Thank you, Jesse. And thank you, Ted.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Appreciate
Mayor,
it.
I need to read the
Thank you.
Yeah.
resolution.
Go ahead. Go ahead and read it.
Adopt by title only resolution number CC-206-038, a resolution City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, establishing solid waste contractors' charges and corresponding city fees for residential, multifamily, and commercial refuge collection for the 2020-2021 fiscal year. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, great. Thank you, Eleanor. Next up is item L3, public hearing to consider proposed assessments for the street landscaping and lighting assessment district for 2020-2021. So I'll entertain a motion to open the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, any opposition to opening the public hearing? I'll just leave it at that and order it. I can't imagine there is. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ted Simon again. Go ahead, Ted.
Thank you, Mayor. As was mentioned earlier, this is the same time of year that we also bring you the consideration to set the assessment for the street lighting and landscape assessment district for the fiscal year 2020 and 21. Andy's going to go ahead and Andy Wingy, our city engineer, is going to go ahead and walk you through this presentation. And I just wanted to point out that there is a budget response report that will be part of the budget item that talks about the lighting and landscape assessment district referral or inquiry about what elements can be looked at to further reduce that. Just wanted to keep that clear there and go over to Andy. Andy?
Thank you, Ted, and good evening again, Mayor and Council. Just to remind you a little bit, the district maintains about 22 acres of right-of-way landscaping in the city. Maintains over 5,000 streetlights and 100 traffic signals in the city. So to offset the cost of the district, an annual assessment can be made upon approval of the City Council after tonight's public hearing. And this is the time to consider that for the next fiscal year. The maximum assessment that can be collected is about $60 for a typical residential parcel and about double that for a typical commercial parcel. Annual revenues collected from the assessment total about $1.56 million, which is typically about $1 million less than the projected expenditures. And in order to collect the $1.56 million, council needs to adopt the resolution authorizing levying of the assessment. The gap is typically covered by the city's general fund and in the form of a subsidy, which you'll decide on during this budget process. The gap for the next fiscal year is projected to be about $978,000 before the budget is adjusted with any of the decision packages. However, there is a decision package number 20 that recommends a reduction to the subsidy by just over $242,000 through staff reductions and reduction in electricity costs. There's also, as Ted mentioned, a budget response report. It's number 9, I think. Later on tonight's agenda that considers how to potentially reduce the subsidy further and explores reductions to tree trimming frequency, median maintenance frequency, and street lighting. A discussion of potential subsidy items reductions, as mentioned, is probably better suited for the next item. And for this item, we're seeking council's consideration to adopt the resolution levying this, authorizing levying the assessment. To be able to collect the assessment, staff is recommending following City Council proceed with your public hearing and taking testimony, closing the public hearing, and adopting the attached resolution CC-2006-037 by title only, which would authorize levying the assessment. And that concludes my prepared comments. Ready to take any questions.
Okay, thank you, Andy. Let me ask you a quick question. And I've had this offered over many years, you know, as a city tree and maybe it's off cycle and people want to get it trimmed and they always offer to trim the tree. Hey, we'll pay to trim the tree. Has that ever happened? Is that ever something that we've worked with on a community level where, somebody wanted a city tree trimmed out of cycle or just because the neighbors wanted it trimmed, where they could participate in funding?
Your Honor, actually, I'll answer that. And yes, we have had requests for people to have trees trimmed out of the cycle. And usually that is something that we pay directly to WCA at that particular point. So the resident or the property owner would submit the check to the city, and then the city would pay that to WCA. And it would be per the contract values and nothing more at that point.
Okay. Well, that's good to know. I didn't know that. Usually when I say somebody wants to trim a tree, you guys somehow figure out a way to get out there and trim the tree. So appreciate that.
Yeah, no, that's usually our first approach when something is out of grid. A lot of times what we've done, we go out there and trim it. If it's scheduled for the next fiscal year, that may be something that we're able to advance at times. But for 2 years out, we don't have the ability to advance that. And usually the first offer, if they do want that tree to be trimmed, for whatever the reasoning is, we'll do that if they are willing to fund it and have WCA do the trimming itself.
Okay, great. Councilmember Narenheim.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. On this landscape and lighting district, were we going to get this is from Wazansky, I don't see him there, maybe with Hefkin. We're going to get a budget response report to break down the exact fees and costs and personnel, maintenance, operations, more of a line item cost, see what's going on in this particular district?
Yes. You are. I mean, that's you've got two packages on that, and
okay.
We'll get to those in another item.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Okay, I'm good. I'll just make sure it's on the other item, not this one. I didn't see it here on this one. That's it.
Okay, well, there are hands up. Is there any comments from the public?
Yes, Mayor, we actually have 6 submitted.
Oh, well, go ahead.
First comment is from Dan Elder. I support increasing the assessment fee to cover the cost of the lighting and landscaping district. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me that the fee isn't tied to the cost in the first place, but fixing that would much more accurately reflect that the cost, would accurately reflect what the cost of our street landscaping and lighting. With the budget cuts we're facing, this is revenue we badly need for public safety and other core city services. Second comment submitted by Devra Zandel. This is ridiculous, not the place or the time, especially with everything going on right now. Next comment is from Peter Aziz. Raising funds in the city of Redondo Beach would be absolutely ludicrous, particularly at this point in time in history. My father was recently forced into retirement without much retirement left. The 2008 market recession caused us to declare bankruptcy on our property, still having to pay upwards of $4,000 a year in property taxes. Although while my father is retired and my mother is on disability, they are on a substantially fixed income. With or without the aid of my brother and myself providing into that income, an increased tax is not a way for council to consider raising additional revenue. Now, I fully understand that there are unfortunate downsides to certain state mandates, like pushing to purchase additional wetlands mandated by the state in order to protect from Trump's offshore drilling initiatives, to which these mandates by the state never fully come with funding or payout. However, the city needs to consider its intergovernmental spending and how departments are budgeting, or is this not budgeting appropriately? With public works spending a vast majority of the city spending alongside safety and not even fire, our city's budget has dipped into the third quarter of reserve funds. I mean, correct me if I am wrong here. I understand the necessity of wanting to also keep fire and safety appropriately funded, and know that this is a hot button and know that this is a hot button issue as well. But the faults were made and fall on the hands of the city council for the lack of transparency in budgetary spending. I sincerely urge you all in council to consider alternative options to raising revenue and acquiring said funds. However, not from an increased tax at this particular time in history during pandemic and race-class warfare. Consider other options by looking inward to how the budget is spent. Try an alternative method. Think less frivolously because this money is not yours. There are alternatives and you should all be thinking critically to resolve this. Next comment is submitted by Wayne Craig. We are in the midst of a pandemic, economic meltdown, combined with protests over racial injustice and police violence, and 3 Redondo Beach council members want to raise taxes. Council members John Grand, Laura MD, and Christian Horvath, before proposing any tax increase, you need to do your fiduciary duty first instead of squeezing the blood out of residents for a quick fix. The most significant cost-saving area to examine would be to complete the LA County Fire Study, which had the potential to save the city between $3 million and $7 million annually. This study was supported by the Redondo Beach Firefighters Union, who at the same time even offered to pay for it. Council members John Grand, Laura MD, and Christian were against this for reasons that just don't make sense. The sad irony now is beyond the potential annual cost savings if LA County Fire were now servicing Redondo Beach. It would also have prevented the city from proposing emergency staffing cuts. In the revised budget, this was noted as a reduction to the number of personnel that will be on the fire engines responding to fires. For that reason alone, the City Council is not completing their fiduciary duty to Redondo residents, should reject this proposed tax increase. Next comment is submitted by Leslie Campeggi. I don't remember this being voted on yet again to be on the agenda as a standalone item. I do remember it being discussed to agendize again along with discussing finishing the independent third-party study for the fire department to merge with county fire to potentially save Redondo Beach $3 million to $7 million per year. Is that also on the agenda? If not, why not? For the public listening now or reading this after the meeting, keep in mind that regarding taxes, the City Council can only vote to put a proposed tax increase on the ballot for voters to decide. With so many losing so much, this is not the time to even think of trying to squeeze more from the residents in taxes. However, if this makes it to the ballot, I'm quite certain the ballot argument against voting for a tax increase would include that not every rock has been looked under for revenue in our city. Most notably, again, the third-party independent study to determine whether or not the city would save $3 to $7 million per year should our fire department merge with LA County Fire Department, joining other beach cities in achieving not only economies of scale, but greater equipment, resources, and programs than our current department has or will be able to afford in the long-term future. I'm also certain that a ballot argument to vote against raising taxes for the lighting and landscaping district, Councilmember Grand's seemingly pet project, alerts the residents that our city lacks financial transparency regarding our budget, meaning we don't do line item budgeting and don't know what we don't know. Such an argument against voting for a tax increase would likely also highlight that our city manager has failed to implement most of the fiduciary best practices highlighted in the independent Moss Adams audit report that detailed gross financial negligence, among other things. We are not at a point where we should be asking residents to pay higher taxes when our own house is not clean, nor even close to be optimum, professional, best practices, revenue, expenses, and budgeting order. Next comment is submitted by Nancy Hunt. Until Redondo Beach residents know how our taxes are being spent, we shouldn't even consider raising taxes. Los Angeles posted their budget for all to see. Why not Redondo Beach? How do we even know if our taxes are being spent wisely? Why would any council people refuse to let the residents know exactly how our taxes are being spent? To ask our residents to pay more money while so many are struggling financially and emotionally is just wrong. It's time to look at the books and make sure every penny is spent wisely. That concludes the comments for the item L3.
Sorry about that, you guys. I was on mute. Thank you, Vicki. There's a lot of confusion here. This is not an increase in taxes. This is maintaining the assessment that was set back in 1991, I believe. So maybe you can clear some of this up. Maybe Mr. Wojciechowski's best prepared since he used to be Director of Public Works, and maybe you want to do it, Ted. I don't know, but Mike was there a little bit longer, and he understands the history of trying to increase in 2008 that failed, and that this is not a tax increase. We're still going to be running a deficit. Lighting and landscaping, in fact, it's going to be even greater if some of these decision packages pass. So, Mike, could you, as briefly as possible, explain to everybody, the history of this, what it does do, what it serves, and how it is continuing to run a deficit?
Yeah, if I could maybe just add that the original source of fees and revenues to the district were accruing to the city before Prop 218. So that in itself was purely just a revenue source for the city to supplement its costs associated with providing these services. Many cities look at these activities as just a core function. They've all taken advantage of the fee structure that was available to it years ago, and they accrue those revenues to the general fund to help offset their costs. But not everybody has created the focus of a business unit quite like we have. Every year, for us to retain these revenues, we have to go through this hearing process and have you by resolution reapprove the revenues accruing to the district. So that's an obligation under the old rules. The attempt to further subsidize the district via revenue and offset the general fund contribution requires an assessment from an engineering firm that discusses the allocation of the costs from the city to the two effectively property owners that are paying into the district. In 2006, there was an engineering report, and there was a supplemental district that was identified and then presented to property parcel owners for consideration. That failed. The community did not approve, or property owners in town did not approve the supplemental fee that would have eliminated the general fund subsidy that accrues to this district for these expenses. The reason at the time was largely either concern about the revenue allocation methodology or the fee methodology, or it was others who felt that it was simply something that the general fund should pay for through its general revenues. What we've done over the next decade effectively is hold the general fund contribution at relatively the same level and have recently reduced the amount. There was a time when the general fund contributed almost 1.1 million to the fund. The current core budget has it under $1 million. And if you approve the decision packages that are proposed in the city manager's budget, the subsidy from the general fund will be reduced to about $750,000. As was mentioned earlier, there is a budget response report that will give you some additional options to further reduce the subsidy amount. But candidly, at this point, and we've used this analogy before, we're not cutting fat in the district, we're cutting bone. The money that's there is paying for very basic services. It's paying for the staff that maintain our parkways and street medians. It's paying for energy costs associated with keeping our lights on, paying for the very limited engineering staff that support the operations in the district and help collect the very limited revenues that we receive. So we are running this district as efficiently as we can, and it's really a policy call as to whether or not we contribute general fund resources to balance the district's expenses and revenues, or we find an alternative revenue source. And you've all discussed that in fairly great detail over the last several meetings and the last many budgets. So, we're going to keep doing the best with what resources we have available to us. And you've got an opportunity with the budget to talk in more detail about the district and what options you have there as it relates to revenues and expenses.
Let me ask you a couple of quick basic questions, and hopefully it'll put it into plain English for people. The assessment fee projected for this year is $1,513,000. Has that changed since the original vote in 1999? 1991?
Nope, not one time.
Okay. And this assessment fee was voted on back in 1991?
No, it predates the obligation to vote. So cities could at that time implement those fees for service without going out to voters. So it was approved under an older methodology.
And that basically, it appears on your property tax bill, and it, is a certain amount that hasn't changed on your property tax bill since that time.
Correct, and it does not adjust for inflation or any other factor. It simply is a fixed flat rate that has been implemented at that same value since that time.
And so every year this comes up. This has really nothing to do with a vote. We have to do an engineer report to continue to justify this amount based on where the money's going. It has to go to street lighting and landscaping, for lack of a better description.
Correct, and our expenses in this regard must be equal to or greater than this fee for us to continue to charge it the way we have. And clearly, we've demonstrated that that is the case.
Right. So what I would say to the public, the district was formed actually in 1983, and it operates 5,127 streetlights. 102 traffic signals, and 22 acres of landscaping. I mean, this is like basic stuff that a city's supposed to be doing, and actually this fee is not covering all that stuff, and so we subsidize it traditionally about $1 million a year. And as you said, because of the crisis we're in, it's likely we won't be subsidizing as much if these decision packages pass. So we're not taking money away. We can't use that money. Can we use this money for more policemen?
No.
Can we use it for more firemen?
No.
Can we use it for anything other than what we specifically say?
No, we cannot. It has to be accretive to the district operations as they are.
Is this a tax increase?
No.
No. So it's all already there.
It's all already there, and it's technically considered a fee for service.
Okay. Can people protest this?
They cannot. Protest is just you as policymakers. You do not have an obligation to assess this each and every year. You are the group that makes the decision on whether or not this stays on our property tax rolls.
And when the city tried to increase it so that the general fund was not subsidizing this any further, back in 2006, they had to put it up for a vote.
That is correct.
It failed.
And it failed. And it's a hybrid of what you just heard, what we just did last year for our solid waste rates. It's rather than a majority protest process where a certain percentage of ballots have to be submitted to stop the vote and then force a supplemental vote. This is a hybrid between just being a traditional tax increase that would go to all residents. It is a ballot that goes to property owners on a pro rata basis based on the fee methodology and has to be affirmatively approved by a majority of those property owners.
Right. So it was prorated based on how much frontage you had in your house, for example.
That was the methodology that
lot, you would pay more than somebody who had a narrow lot.
Correct. That was the methodology selected by the city back in the 06-07 era or 05-06. And ultimately that was rejected by the parcel owners.
So we're basically in the weeds now for most people, but ultimately this is not a tax increase, and the money that is raised goes towards the services we mentioned earlier. So I just want to clarify that because this is mixed up in, the idea that we were going to raise this. And if you wanted to raise it, again, you'd have to go through the same voting process and get on a ballot, and it costs money, and that does actually raise taxes. So I just want to qualify that because I can already tell from the comments, they don't quite understand we do this every year. Anyway, I'll shut up now. And there are no hands up. How'd that happen? Are there any more comments from the public?
No, sir.
Maybe I covered it.
No.
John, with Mike. Councilmember Grand.
I'd like to make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second. Okay. Roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Grand.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay.
I'd like to make another motion to adopt by city title resolution CC 2006-037, resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, confirming the diagram and assessment and levying of the assessment for the street landscape and lighting district for the fiscal term from July 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2021.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion by Councilmember Grand and a motion by second by Councilmember Horvath. I'll take a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Grand.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, that went quick.
Adopt by title only, resolution number CC-2006-037, a resolution City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, confirming the diagram and assessment and levying of the assessment for the street landscaping and lighting district for fiscal year from July 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2021. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Eleanor. Let me get back to the agenda here. Our next item up is L4. It's our budget hearing. I'll entertain a motion to open the public hearing.
A motion to open public hearing on item L4.
Second.
Okay, a motion and a second. Is there any objection? I assume everybody wants to open the public hearing. It's kind of obvious. Okay, with that, City Manager Joe Hefkin, I'll turn it over to you.
Sure, Mayor, council members, this is the continued public hearing. You'll remember a week ago that you opened the public hearing. You had a 3 p.m. start and had a 6-hour session with the council, received staff reports, highlights of what's in the budget. You took public input. Council agreed to a suggested format that we spend some time on each of the decision packages. As part of the council's discussions and questions, we were assigned a number of budget response reports that we're still working on. Some of those are in your packet to receive and file tonight. I think there were 14 that we picked up last week. What we did a week ago is went through the decision packages, got through 34 of the 46. If you want to follow the same format as last week, there's 12 additional decision packages that we can go through. We've listed them in your staff report. We can also hit the highlights of the budget response reports that are in your packet. We are following the budget calendar. This is the second public hearing. Next week, you'll focus more on the capital side. Tonight, the focus is primarily the operational budget for 2021. Since last week, we had a session with the Budget and Finance Commission. Last night, there was a meeting of the Harbor Commission. I think both of them are working on feedback for you. There'll be another meeting of the Budget and Finance Commission prior to your final review of the budget, which is not next week, but the week after on June 16th. So if it's with your approval, we can continue with review of the decision packages, if that works for you, and proceed along those lines. We don't have a PowerPoint for you tonight.
Yeah, let me say a couple of words first, Joe, and I'll just see if that's what people want to do. First, I apologize for missing the meeting last week. It was an important meeting, important workshop. I just was not feeling well at all, so I apologize for that. But I will say this is the 12th city budget I've been through, and it's by far the most complicated. And it's more complicated than even the first one when we had a $6.5 million budget deficit that we had to close. And we ended up getting generous pay concessions from the employees, and we still had to lay people off. And so here we are, the 12th budget I've been in, and it's not only worse, it's much more complicated. And so I know everybody's working hard on it. I would encourage everyone to continue to work hard on it. I know I am. And it's, staff's best stab at closing that $9 million hole we have, or gap. And so, it's our budget now, and we have to figure out how we want to prioritize things. Staff has made their recommendations, but they've been worked very hard, and I really appreciate. I'd like to thank staff for all the work they've done, and they're going to continue to do, responding to all our questions and trying to find different ways to do certain things, and they're going to be getting different recommendations from Budget and Finance and Harbor Commission last night's already all over, taking away a harbor patrolman. So that's just one area of the budget. So I just appreciate all the work staff's done. Everybody's working hard. Things are changing constantly. There's a lot of assumptions in the budget, a lot of assumptions, and staff be the first one to admit it. And but they have to start with something. And so you can make different assumptions if you want to. You can change everything up, or you can just go with what's presented. And so I just encourage everybody to continue to work hard and thank staff, and expect a lot of questions and a lot of things you hadn't thought of, and everybody needs to work collaboratively, and we got to get to a budget by the third Tuesday, and there's no reason why we shouldn't be able to do that. There's all the information out there. We just have to consider what our priorities are and find a way to butt heads, and at the same time figure out a way to compromise and come to some conclusion. It isn't going to be perfect for anybody. This is just an ugly time. We just have to, but we have to do it, right? I mean, we don't print money here in Redondo Beach, and we have to balance the budget, and that's what we're going to do. So with that, I mean, I don't know if everybody wants to go through to the end. People probably already have a bunch of questions. Maybe some of your answers have already been asked, but I really just throw it open to the council. Do you guys want to continue to have Joe and Mike march through the budget decision packages that they have left, or would you rather launch into how you want to do this? Just kind of throwing it open, you guys.
I personally, I mean, I think we just called it early. Todd called it like around 8 because we'd already spent 5 hours. So, I don't know. I found it, helpful to hear from staff, with each thing. So I can go either way. I'm talking with staff anyways, personally. But I thought it was helpful, and I think it's informative for the public. If whoever's watching to hear as well, why does staff prepare these decision packages, and what are the impacts? What does that really mean?
Right.
Because as you just said, we have to go through and try to figure out, as our budget, right? How do we make this work? And to Todd's earlier comments, right? It's a challenging time. So, it's kind of going to suck for everyone in many ways. It's not like the past handful of years, with the exception of CalPERS always looming over our heads. So
it certainly can't hurt to go through them. Is everybody in agreement with that? Just keep going, or?
Well, I'd like to ask a bunch of questions, but if you guys really want to do it, that's fine. So,
let's go over a few and the ones that are important, Todd, and then we'll go over some questions.
Okay, it's fine.
Well, some of them might go quicker than others. I don't know.
I think we did the heavy lifting last week.
Yeah. So what do you want to do? You want to just open it?
I'm cool going through.
Yeah, and let's hear from the public first, so we can kind of make sure that we answer their questions as we're going through.
Yeah, that's a good idea, because I'm sure the public has a lot of questions, and before we get into the weeds of all this, however we do it, it'd be good to hear their comments, because I think they're probably mostly about policy and not so much in the weeds, which we'll get into. But Eleanor, how many public comments do we have?
We have 7.
Yeah, why don't we just go ahead and read those?
Okay, go ahead, Vicki.
First comment submitted by Lisa Griffin. During the current COVID-19 crisis, boaters will be endeavoring to engage in recreational boating in a manner that is both safe and consistent with city and county orders. This will necessitate that various boat owners will not be able to man their vessels with their full, regular, experienced crews, but will be boating with fewer crew members and potentially less experienced household members. This is exactly the wrong time to reduce the staffing of our harbor patrol. Please maintain this critical public safety service for our community and do not accept decision package number 29. Excuse me while I scroll down to the bottom of the page, sir. Okay. Next comment is submitted by, sorry, I worked my way up. Roger Carlson, regarding decision package number 26, Waterfront and Economic Development Department Harbor Enterprise budget reduction. Please continue funding of the Pier Bird Abatement Falcon contract. Pier and harbor restaurants are struggling, and there will be greater emphasis on outdoor dining as we open. Prior to the program, there were extensive issues in pest birds, bird waste, water quality, seaside lagoon cleanup, parking garage and boat cleanup, and rats preying on nesting and dead birds. The area required extensive cleanup of nests and dead birds before beginning the Falcon program. Ongoing maintenance and increased pier revenue are more cost-effective than facing the expense of repeating that cleanup. We are lucky to have the Falcon program running now, or the unoccupied pier would have been overrun. If a cost-effective reduction in service is possible while still maintaining good results, I would support it. If the program is defunded and if the pier is closed again for a second wave of coronavirus, we should refund the program. For further details, please refer to the administrative report from the 10/15/2019 council meeting. Regarding decision package number 29, Fire Department Harbor Enterprise budget reduction, Harbor Patrol staffing. A 1/3 cut in staffing and hours is excessive compared to cuts in other public safety areas. Public use of the harbor, if anything, has increased. Beaches, trails, and parks have been closed and will remain limited. People will remain concerned about crowds, but boating and stand-up paddleboarding have remained open and seem as busy as ever, 7 days a week. An adequate harbor patrol presence should be maintained. Next comment is from Peter Aziz. The city's adopted budget can clearly be seen that we are not as fiscally solvent as we appear or imagine to be. This is demonstrated through the astronomical spending of intergovernmental business funds. In the previous item of L3, file number 20-0984, the city looks to adopt a resolution to procure funds for the revitalization and/or upkeep of the Artesia corridor for landscaping and lighting, to which I would ask, why is this significant? Why is spending an additional $977,767? Is it not apparent that the city budget has already dipped into its own reserves for possibly the third quarter this year? Is this an opportunity for city council officials looking to raise taxes on resident during a time in which no one can afford it? How has this not been apparent to any of you? I understand that floating the notion of increased taxes was made light, but cannot fathom that this is how you would go about doing so, especially during a race class war in America that is clearly apparent unless you're blinded by your privilege, let alone wanting to increase taxes during a time in which resources are incredibly scarce. To even fathom an increase in taxes to raise funds during this time is admonishable. I highly urge you to reconsider this. Next comment is submitted by Tim Dornberg. Please do the right thing with respect to our harbor patrol and boating safety. The harbor needs and deserves to be staffed 24/7 by a dedicated and specially trained crew. The public and the boating community deserve and rely on this level of emergency response. Anything short of that puts lives and property in unnecessary jeopardy. King Harbor is the focal point of our city's visitors and generates a large portion of the city's revenues. Please don't reduce the level of public safety services to such a vital area in our community. I think we owe it to the state, our citizens, and the visitors of our harbor to uphold the highest level of public services possible. Budget cuts should never make any part of our city less safe. The constant protection and life and property should be the last thing on the chopping block when options are considered. Thank you for your time. Tim Dornberg, retired Deputy Harbor Master, Rescue Boat Captain, Redondo Beach Harbor Patrol. Next comment submitted by Eugene Solomon. The fire services budgeted hours have increased approximately 39,000 hours from 2019-20 fiscal to 2021 proposed budgets. Core service, 99,074 to 111,551. Key projects from 26.350, I'm guessing 26,350 to 59,500, and customer service 13,936 to 19,011. According to the Financial Services Director, this has been improperly recorded in the past, and the proposed is a correction. If accurate, the Phase 1 study of costs done to examine a move to county fire was significantly flawed and should be revisited. If incorrect, how do we have such a dramatic increase? Also, proposed overtime of $2 million is not accurate for true cost. Per financial services, the excess of $2 million is paid for with vacant position salaries. These costs should properly be booked under overtime in the budget and not obscured in this manner. Next comment is submitted by Mel Samples. The city has a moral obligation to create a budget that reflects the desires and needs of the citizens and are not necessarily accepted by our council as what staff or department managers are willing to do. Public safety costs represent approximately 60% of the city's budget. Within that, the fire department has experienced continually increasing calls for service. This is not a matter of the fire department looking for new things to respond to. Rather, the citizens need additional support. The fire department has been and continues to run dangerously short of personnel. Irrespective of overtime costs, this places personnel in jeopardy of burnout and workers' comp injuries, which exacerbates the ongoing risk to the city. The budget response reports from staff recommend parking one fire engine located at Station 2, moving 2 of the 3 members to a rescue unit, reducing the staffing on the truck company by 1, which effectively makes it non-functional as a ladder truck, and eliminates 1 of the 3 shifts that staff Fire Station 3 in order to backfill other positions in the department. Fire departments are different in that a fire engine cannot function with less than 3 personnel, paramedic units cannot function with less than 2, and a safe fire response requires nearly all of the current apparatus and personnel in our city. If implemented, the current recommendations risk the personal safety of everyone in our city, especially if there is a fire. At the same time, these recommendations fail the city's duty make sure the employees have a reasonably safe work environment. Our city manager and staff need to find better solutions that assure that the fire department and all apparatus is properly staffed and can meet the needs of the citizens. Submitted by Lisa Griffin. Our Harbor Patrol.
You read that one already.
No, actually, it was a duplication. She's already submitted 2. I'm sorry. I will not read that one. And that should complete, that does complete the comments, sir.
Okay, well, thank you for that, Vicki. There's some good comments in there. Appreciate the work members of the public have put into this. Some of them are on Budget and Finance Commission, some are on Harbor Commission. I take it we'll be getting official recommendations from both those commissions. A lot of people doing a lot of work on this. So, Joe, I guess you want to just pick it up where you left off?
Sure. I think the first person up will be Marnie Ruland, our finance director. She's going to cover decision package 4, and then I think she'll cover decision package 22.
I'll do both.
Hi, Marnie. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Marnie Ruland, Finance Director. The first decision package on our list is decision package number 4, the credit card acceptance fee. In fiscal year 18-19, the City Council approved a 2% credit card acceptance fee through Bank of America. With turnover at the bank and bank rule changes that would end up costing the city more to implement than would be received, the program was dropped. However, an alternative program through the city's provider of credit card processing services is now available. With that program, we would be required to charge a 3% fee, and the fees would go directly to the credit card processing company. And then that would offset some of our credit card fees that we pay to them. The fee would be collected for all credit card payments, whether they're taken online or at the counter. And we would estimate that we would generate about $80,000 in general fund revenue with this fee. So then I can go to decision package number 22, which is the reduction in budgeted employee vacation cash outs. So this decision package is a change in methodology for budgeting employee vacation cash outs. Previous budgets included an appropriation to allow for a vacation cash out for each full-time employee according to that person's MOU. This year, we took a look at each individual employee and whether they had recently used a vacation cash out or whether they were getting near the maximum for their allowable balance. If either of those were the case, then yes, we would budget a vacation cash out, but otherwise we would not. And so with those that we would not be budgeting, that would realize about $950,000 in general fund savings. You can take any questions on those two.
It doesn't sound like there are any, Marnie. Doesn't look like it. Anybody have any questions? Am I missing anything? Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so the next couple, Eleanor was the lead for a couple of different packages, including the one involving our election costs. So Eleanor, whichever ones you are prepared to cover.
Okay, so decision package 23 is to move the commission meetings back to every other month. And this is for the minute secretary cost and the video technician services and any legal ads that have to be done. And that would, what's not included here, which is what it says is Planning and Harbor Commission. So that's what I have for that one. And then for, I don't know if anybody has any questions related to that.
I'll wait for hands to come up. If some hands come up,
Okay.
I mean, and if you guys think of questions later, obviously you can ask them
Okay.
later.
Okay, so the
Yeah,
other.
just keep going.
Okay, so the other decision package is 39, which is elections. So while I was doing this budget, I've contacted the LA County to give us an estimate. So based on their conclusion, we're going to do a standalone election in-house. LA County for an all-mail ballot would cost $486,000, and if you put a measure on, it's $632,000. A lot of cities are pretty upset considering the last election, majority of cities went from 300,000 to 600,000. And I actually have, now that, because we have SB 415 and winning that SB 415, we are able to do our own election and keep the control. And now I have a lot of cities calling me that are charter cities watching us because we're going to be that model city. And I'm actually budgeting $321,000. We've already started. You're going to be seeing vendors coming up for the March 2nd election. And one will be a consultant that will help so that we have a process and we have our I's dotted, our T's crossed, which had done this assessment for the city clerk's office. So, and we've already contacted vendors, and so I think we can pretty much stay within that budget.
That's great, Eleanor. I got to say, I saw this coming. You and I talked about this, and I saw this coming. And we can save money by just doing it ourselves.
Yep.
And we thought there weren't going to be any vendors in business, but it sounds like they are, and they're starting to figure out that cities are going to want to save money on this.
Right. And what sort of works out too is that, of course, everybody's doing their election this year, and hardly anybody's doing it next year, which, we have the cream of the crop of all the vendors. It's just, it's not going to be full service, which was Martin and Chapman. We're going to have to break it up in different, vendors, but with a consultant assisting us, it's just going to be awesome.
We're going to save a lot of money. Jeez, I can't believe that. $600,000 for a measure?
No, that's the election plus one measure. They're increasing it.
So, okay. Great, thank you. Councilmember Grant.
Eleanor, when I was reading the 415 letter that just came out, they mentioned that 486,000 that you just mentioned, that's if we do one in an odd year, correct? Kind of on our schedule that we have?
Correct.
Okay. And that's if the LA County helps us with that, they would charge us $486,000 to help us in an off year.
Correct.
What would they charge us if we were on an even year, just like in one of the primaries or in the election for the November elections? What would that be?
So, okay, so this is the amount that I've mentioned was for an all-mail ballot. So, I'd have to calculate it, but everybody's being charged about 600 grand.
To be on that ballot?
Correct.
Wow. So what they just said in that report was that if your election was on an even year and it's on a ballot that's already going out because we have all these other races going on, it said anywhere between 97,000 and 122,000 if we were kind of on cycle, if you will. Is that wrong?
So what report, I don't know what report you're talking about then. I'm not sure where you got that information because all the other cities, the last election, they were all charged almost 600 grand.
Okay.
So I'm not sure what report unless you're talking about just a district.
No, I'll go back and I'll recheck and I'll be right back. So thanks.
Okay.
Okay, is that it for now, John? Okay, Councilmember Horvat.
So, Eleanor, so as you're explaining, and the mayor was just was also saying, so now even though Martin and Chapman has gone out of business, there are other vendors that are willing to do this for cities. That's what you're finding?
Well, it's piecemeal though. So Martin and Chapman was full service. So they did, mailing out the ballots, voter guide, processing the ballots on election day.
Multiple vendors.
So they're going to be, so there's one vendor that does the tallying, and there's another vendor that does the printing of ballots and voter guides.
Got it. And then your office would just handle the collection and counting?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. And then
in the past, you had Martin and Chapman as part of that process with their machines. So then do you hire a vendor to bring in the calculation machines?
Correct. Correct.
Got it. Okay. Well, I mean, that as the mayor said, that is really good news. It's too bad that the county has kind of fixed their costs so incredibly high, but I guess they have to make up for probably the major investment they made in their new system. So, although for vote by mail, I'm not sure
because their last elections, those that had to go into, that was the primary, they cost them about 600 grand.
Okay. And then my other question is, so when we do our local elections, it also includes the Redondo Beach Unified School District. And I was just wondering, they don't make any contributions to the costs for the election, correct?
No, per our charter, no, they don't pay for it.
Is that standard? And not that I'm trying, but is that a standard way that cities and school districts, work throughout the state, or is that just something unique to our charter?
I don't know if it's standard, but I know that some cities, they do pay. The school district does pay.
Okay, they make at least some type of contribution.
Right, yeah, because I remember the first time, I think it was with Measure H, when the county did the election for us, and normally we would have done our election. They gave me two separate bills, and I was like, why are we getting two separate bills? Because the city pays for it, and I think that's just their normal way of sending out bills.
Interesting.
To send it to the school district, and of course, they send it to us.
Got it. Okay, that was all I had. Thank you.
Okay, John, you didn't mean to slap your hand up, did you? Councilmember Grant? Yeah, okay. So I guess we'll just move on then to the next one.
Yeah, so next up would be Keith Kaufman. We didn't cover the harbor enterprise budget reductions from involving the police department, so that's decision package number 30. So Keith, if you can cover that.
Sure. Good evening, Council. In decision package number 30, regarding the Tidelands and Uplands Fund. We have 2 full-time employees there that are CSO2 positions. And in decision package number 30, half of the salaries of both of those positions would go away from the Harbor and the Tidelands Fund. One salary being $98,760 and the other one being $97,852. Those positions are currently used in the police department to staff the city's jail.
Did you say they are used to staff the jail? Okay.
That's correct.
So the charges are being removed from Uplands and Tidelands.
That's correct.
They'll still be staffing the jail.
We will, but we'll be going down positions. So one of those was a recent retirement, and another one is a very long-term IOD. And so the positions are generally vacant. But the loss of those 2 positions will mean a decrease in the number of jail personnel that we have available.
Not a good time for that, I know that.
Definitely not last night.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, the Tidelands and the Uplands, yeah, they need balancing. Any questions about that one? Doesn't seem like it, Chief. So maybe going to the next one.
Yeah, so next up will be Chief decision packages 32 and 33. A couple of decision packages where we're actually adding a little money to the budget. One of the few areas where we're doing that, everything else is a reduction. So, Bob?
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Bob Metzger for the Fire Department. Decision package 32 describes an extended warranty program that we want to purchase for our Zoll defibrillator monitors. These monitors vary in age from 3 to 8 years old. Typically, when they're purchased new for about $30,000 a piece, there's a 3-year warranty. But when the warranty comes to an end after 3 years, we have found it to be extraordinarily prudent to purchase an extended warranty. And that's what we're here doing for the number of monitors that we are ordering, or number of monitors that we're covering, which is 9. So what we found is that by having the warranty, we're able to charge against the warranty for a lot of preventative maintenance and other kinds of repairs that need to be done on these devices. It's turned out to be extremely cost effective for us to do that. To do otherwise would cause us to have to purchase either a brand new unit whenever it might suffer some serious kinds of damage, or buy a refurbished unit, which just a refurbished unit costs about $20,000 a piece. So we've done this every 3 years. This isn't the first time we've been here asking for permission to purchase these warranties, and we're back to do that just because it'll cost us more than the $32,000 being appropriated than if we do this now. That's package 32. Are there any questions? Or would you like me to move on to 33, Joe?
Yeah, no, go ahead, Chief. I don't see any hands up on that one. Thanks. That's a good one.
Very good. Decision package 33 is another essential item for us, and that is to fund for $40,000 what we will require to be able to purchase department supplies for the paramedic services that we provide, and to provide a nurse educator for our paramedic continuing education program. The cost for each of those is split evenly amongst the $40,000 we're requesting, $20,000 for each. We do, in fact, get some additional funding from beach cities through a grant to help defray the cost for the nurse educator program, which makes it more manageable for us, but our part of it is still $20,000. So if we need to be able to purchase and have this provided to all of our people. And so those are, that's a brief explanation for those two items.
Okay, I'm not seeing any questions on that, Chief. So thank you.
Very well.
Helpful to go through these. Yeah, go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, next up is John LaRock, who will cover two decision packages, not general fund items, the transit vehicle replacements, and Section 8 funding. So, John?
You there, John? There he is. He's busy doing that other assignment we gave him.
Indeed. The decision package number 42 just relates to our Redondo Beach Housing Authority, which we presented a quarterly update for at the top of the meeting. This is an annual adjustment we make to draw down on our administrative fund reserves. It traditionally is an amount of $50,000, and it's to cover administrative shortfalls we tend to experience over the course of the year adjudicating the program from administrative expenses, that being staff, materials and operation, computer support programs, other outreach, the aforementioned advertising programs we're trying to endeavor to attract landlords and so forth. Any of this appropriation that is not expended within the next fiscal year, 2021, would then be recaptured in our admin reserve, and then we'd come back with another vehicle with the next budget cycle to likely allocate another $50,000. We'll also be using this funding on the other side of whatever activities were allowed in the next fiscal year with regards to COVID-19 to catch up on, as I mentioned earlier, catch up on interviews for the waiting list and catch up on a whole host of home inspections, which we've had to suspend pretty much for the last entire quarter. So there's a great deal of administrative cost to allocate largely part-time personnel who are trained as inspectors to go out and do those required inspections at every Section 8 unit. And as I mentioned earlier, there are 423 families in the program. So that's a lot of catch up to do to make those records current. That's it. I'm available for any questions for that. And then I'm sorry.
I have a question for that, John.
Please, Mayor.
I'm just a little confused because it's a one-time use of funds, and I guess it just goes through the general fund. It doesn't really affect the general fund.
It is not general fund monies. It is all coming from the HUD reserves.
Okay.
But as an action as part of your budget adoption, we always request this action be taken as part of the budget.
So it doesn't even pass through the general fund.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm sorry, Joe, what was the other decision package number you'd like explained?
It was 41, the transit vehicles.
I apologize.
And Ted, yeah.
So as we do periodically, as you've seen, we do replacement of end of life for our transit vehicles. Those are the large buses you see throughout the 102 and 109 routes, as well as the dial ride vehicles, which are the curb-to-curb services for seniors and those with the presence of a disability. We have 3 fixed route bus vehicles that have reached their lifespan. And so this is an appropriation from the transit fund, which again has nothing to do with the general fund. There's no drawdown on the general fund for this. But what we have to do is actually take the action to take the Prop A funding for those vehicles and activate it into the transit fund so that procurement can occur. And then we tend to liquidate the replaced vehicles through the Ken Porter auction system, if anybody was wondering.
Okay, not seeing any questions, so thank you, John.
So the final 2 decision packages for us to highlight are numbers 45 and 46. When we talk in terms of our budget not being structurally balanced, it becomes balanced, not structurally balanced, but balanced with the adoption of these 2 decision packages. Mike Wazansky will cover them. They are a one-time transfers from other funds into the general fund to help cover some of our costs.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. Item 45 in particular is our utilization, and we've talked about this now a couple of over the course of the last few hearings, and then our initial receive and file. But really, it represents our utilization of available and discretionary general fund capital resources that are either new to the 2021 budget because they were set aside as part of your year-end CAFR decisions last fall, or they are being swept out of previously appropriated capital project accounts, most notably $400,000 defunding of our Redondo Beach Performing Arts Center seat replacement project that was originally funded with general discretionary dollars, and then a little over $1 million from various enhanced watershed management program project activities that we have either been able to replace with new Measure W fund through the county, or because there have been changes to our obligations given the evolution of the EWIMP requirements and the regional board's kind of permit standing. So we're taking advantage of that opportunity. We're sweeping out a little under $2.4 million from the capital fund and using that to help balance our budget. As I've stated before, and we'll get into more detail on this at next week's hearing, we were fortunate this fiscal year in our capital planning that we were able to take advantage of our leftover South Bay Galleria bonds that are now accruing to the Finance Authority. And we were able to use those monies, about $2.24 million, and put them into the capital plan and effectively replace the little over $2.3 million that we're pulling out via this budget action. So while it's always painful to take money out of the capital plan, at least in this instance, we're effectively putting just about as much money back into it to sort of offset that impact. The last decision package.
Looks like you might have a question, Mike, from Councilmember MD on that.
Go ahead.
So $400,000 is a lot to take out of the PAC. And so, but if we're putting all that money back in, it seems like that math doesn't work out. What got removed out of it? What got put back in?
Yeah, we'll go into that more notably next week when we go through the recommendations in the capital plan. But yes, no, you're on to a key element of this. We are not putting the $2.24 million of CFA money into those same projects that we're defunding. We're actually using that money for projects that we believe are going to be higher priority to the council in our current situation. And effectively, the PAC, that project, we felt reasonable to defund in light of the PAC's current operating limitations due to COVID and the ability to perhaps come back later with a smaller, more phased project to begin to replace those seats. So it was as much opportunistic in that sense as it was a factor of us having the alternative resources. So you'll see, though, in a very detailed way, how we're proposing you approve appropriations of that CFA money.
I'm pretty sure it's a different capital project, but the sign is still online to be replaced, correct?
The sign is actually a standalone project in the proposed budget, and we are recommending we repair that using our major facilities repair account, which is separate than our major facilities reconstruction fund, because it is a key item. It's an item that is highly visible in our community. It's an effective signage and communication tool, and it needs to be repaired. It's in bad shape.
Can you make that a budget response report, Mike, where you just show which projects, how they're being matched or eliminated or added?
Well, I could for you if you'd like, but I think next week's capital plan will lay that out very clearly. It's pretty straightforward when we go through it next week at the hearing.
Okay, let's just do that then.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
And then the last item is really our sort of catch-all. This decision package number 46 is a transfer from our major facilities reconstruction fund. We have a little bit over $1 million in that account now. We're recommending that we transfer a couple $100,000 from that fund and account to the general fund to help balance the budget. If you were to want to spend more money on specific projects that you'd like to include in the budget, or if you would like to not spend some of the money we've recommended for one-time purposes in the budget, this is the package that we would recommend you adjust accordingly with. So the simple analogy would be if you came up with $200,000 more you'd want to spend or cuts you didn't want to make, we would recommend you add to this amount of transfer, and then vice versa. If you were to identify additional cuts or did not want to fund some of the one-time recommendations that are a part of the various decision packages. So this is, in our view, the sort of flex package, and we chose this instead of just spending from the PERS reserve fund or our economic contingency fund, because we really think it's important we save those resources for our year-end financials this fall to cover whatever shortfalls we have in the 19-20 fiscal year, and make sure that we have some flexibility going into 21-22 if we do continue to need some bridge funding to balance the next fiscal year. We do see this transition as being a bit of a 2-year process because, as Joe has mentioned, we are not structurally balanced, ongoing revenues to expenses with this budget cycle. We're hopeful in 21-22 our revenues will return to a point where we will close that structural gap a significant amount, but we very well may need some additional bridge funding next fiscal year to stay balanced, depending on your actions with this budget approval here in the next couple of weeks.
How much money is in this major facilities reconstruction?
A little bit over $1 million, Mayor. It's I think 1.1 million, if I recall correctly. Marty might have that at the tip of her fingertips, but I think this, after this drawdown, we'll have a little bit under 900,000.
Okay, any more, Joe?
No, that covers it, Mayor.
Okay.
Mayor, we have another e-comment. I don't know if you want.
Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead, Vicki.
Submitted by Zeno Baji Jr. Hi, as stated earlier, I fully supported our police and I'm a graduate of the Police Citizens Academy, but I am not understanding why an appropriation of $796,000 is necessary for the replacement of vehicles this year. Like, what vehicles are broken or falling apart in police and our public works? It seems like we needed to cut expenditures. This would be the year to delay replacing city vehicles one more year, or replace a lesser number of them this next fiscal year. These great number of cuts and shifts further highlight how foolish it was for the city to not look closely at the benefits and drawbacks of contracting LA County Fire Department. That concludes the comment.
Okay. I'm not seeing any hands up. Complicated budget, probably people still drilling down on it. Now is a good time, though, to begin asking staff for information, or actually continue to ask staff for information, particularly, really just for everybody, the public. So anyway, a hand went up by Councilmember Nairn.
Thank you, Mayor Brandt. So is Mr. LaRock there? I got a question, or maybe Joe can actually answer this. I think we talked about this about 2 years ago. And the question is naming rights for the Redondo Beach Performing Arts Center. Why? I thought I asked this question a while ago. Maybe I didn't. Maybe it was something similar. But why don't we look to maybe get some naming rights out of it for some point in time?
Thank you, Councilmember Nairnheim. The time to do the naming rights for the Performing Arts Center was in 2006-07 when it was renovated to its current state. That is when you inaugurate a new facility such as it was then, that is the time to kind of use that flash to attract a naming rights entity. However, that wasn't done, and that precedes a lot of us on this call tonight. However, we have continued with a naming rights package that we have communicated to a number of entities, both who utilize the facility that represent the corporate world, as well as other individuals in the area. So we have naming rights available both for the theater, the lobby, the fountain, the box office. There's a rather traditional list of things. There's underwriting of staff positions by name, by title rather, key dressing rooms, star dressing rooms, things like that. So that package is available. We continue to pitch that. But, you know, that tends to come with when you cut a ribbon on a facility and you've prearranged for a naming right. But that's not to say that the facility is not unique. And once it is able to restart in phase 4 or 5, that work will continue apace again. And it could be something that gets synchronized with the replacement of the marquee, because that technology will be far advanced from the old LED screen we have now. So resolution and the ability to do video and other graphics will be more attractive to certain corporate partners. So perhaps use the ability to maybe name the sign or do more based on at least some new improvement at that site.
Yeah, I see that. I mean, we got Northrop Grumman and SpaceX, and they both are doing great things in the larger Southern California region, and they need to bring people to areas and venues, large amounts for presentation of their products. So I think if we need new seats, and we need a new roof, and we need them paint and audio visual system, and you know, the list goes long. You know, get them on board for those items, and maybe we can do a nice little ribbon cutting and get their name on it. You know, think something like that. In addition to that, you know, I think this is a real opportunity for, you know, my friends up there in North Redondo to tap the NRBBA and see what they can do with like a dinner and performance along Artesia Boulevard. I think there's we have a lot of events that are happening there, but it's not trickling down and over to Artesia Boulevard, other restaurants in Redondo. It should be going, instead, they're going to other cities down the street, particularly. So I think, you know, I love the Performing Arts Center. We got to find some other ways to do business there. Speaking of other ways to do business there, you know, we employed someone to schedule events at that location. Have we talked about maybe employing somebody such as, I'm just going to say the name and the company because, you know, they do a lot of work here. Beach Life Festival, Alan Sanford, who runs live events, live audio events, something like that, to actually run the center on a different contractual basis than what we've been doing, other than just hiring someone to fill the place.
Well, as it sits now, the facility is rented about 82% of the calendar year under normal circumstances, which is in the higher echelon of percentage rentals for facilities of a like size. When the city did a survey, a market study on the facility in 2007, which is detailed in the RBPAC budget report as the basis for the current operational model, that scenario was looked at. Unfortunately, the number of seats in the venue in terms of the typical operators for performing arts venues tend to look for something above 2,500 seats, if not much greater, because to make money, you have to book talent that's going to sell a lot of seats and give you a return on investment. Because the agreement we would make with an Alan Sanford or any promoter, because that's not a rock and roll venue, that is a cultural entertainment venue. Those are fixed seats, and it's more theatrical than it is concert based. So what you would need then is to have either the ability to book talent that can be paid for by 1,800 seats, or you would need to reduce the seating capacity and make it a very different type of facility, like a Comedy and Magic Club, for instance, which we actually looked at in a partnership about 6 years ago when I was running the facility. In any event, that is certainly always a possibility. The city, though, would demand, obviously, to have its expenses paid for. So that's the internal service funds and all the fees that we assign to that facility, plus, obviously, a percentage revenue so it's cost neutral. I'm not sure that the seating capacity would allow a promoter to realize profit after that structure, but that's not to say it's not possible to be looked at.
So yeah, and brings up a follow-up question that 82% of the time it's utilized. How many of those times is it utilized 100%, sold out at 1,800, or let's just say over 1,500 seats? That's essentially almost within 10%, 90% tickets sold out. How many of those events actually happen up there?
It's probably about 40%. We don't track that because our revenue is not based on the ticket sales. Our revenue is based on those that rent it and pay for it. So if X promoter books the theater for a concert, whether they sell one ticket or sell it out, they pay us our rent according to the fee schedule. So and that's done to make it risk averse. It's a risk averse facility in that sense. So we are not dependent on the box office to see our revenue. Our revenue is baked into the fee schedule, and whoever rents it takes that risk themselves to promote and sell the tickets and fill the venue.
So it's a risk adverse for us, but if we were to have a ticket fee, like a 50-cent ticket fee or dollar ticket fee in there, in addition, and just tack that on top of the ticket prices. I mean, it's a nominal fee like that. Somebody might not necessarily notice it. If we have 1,800 people showing up, that's $1,800 that extra that we're getting as a ticket price. I mean, Ticketmaster does that. Lots of other locations do that. So
yes, those venues that sell their own tickets, like Segerstrom Center in Orange County, for instance, they have their own box office. They print their own tickets, and they assign certain fees to those ticket sales. We do that through the fee schedule. We have a restoration fee. We have a cleaning fee. We have a number of fees in the master fee schedule that we assign to those rentals. Right now, we accrue all of that as just general fund revenue. And we have chosen to do improvements through the CIP as any normal city facility receives. A different operating model would be to capture all that fee revenue and then to reserve some of that revenue for capital improvements, but then that becomes more of an enterprise unit as opposed to one of our many city facilities being equally along with all the others.
Right. No, I see that. I would be in favor of running it as a separate enterprise fund. I would be moving forward because we're going to have these discussions year over year for that location. It's a great location. It just needs a little bit more expensive life to it rather than the life that we're giving to it. Let's see. I got a couple questions here on staffing. Joe or Wazansky. We have a lot of, go through the budget and we see a lot of the positions, the amount of positions that we have. Public Works a lot. We talk a lot about fire positions. What we don't talk about are the amount of positions that we have with their it's a seniority level or their what their pay rate is. So if they're senior analysts, you have 2 or 3 senior analysts, we have 4 or 5 analysts like that, and the costs associated to that, and if they're vacant or not. I know last year we had a budget response report on the amount of vacant spots we currently have. Can we get a budget response report or something, a report in a simple Excel file that shows us all the positions in the city that we have, their total cost, and if they're vacant or full, so that when we know we're going through, and especially this Public Works that we're cleaning up, cleaning out, I should say, with the amount of vacant positions or holding things open, we know exactly how much these positions are that we're saving, number one. And number two, if they're, like, for instance, in Public Works, if it's a senior caretaker versus a non-senior caretaker. Does that make sense to you, Mike?
Yeah, we could put together a budget response report that lists the various vacancies and then assigns, and then per each vacancy describes the budgeted value of that position. I mean, we can do that.
Yeah. I also hear other departments having certain positions. Like I've heard for a long time, the harbor has a harbor master position. Is that still true? Do we still have that position, or that's been gone for a while, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we call our fire chief harbor master as well, and his classification, his job spec. that's kind of a duplicate title. But
is he paid extra for that?
No, that's part of compensation for that position, the roles and responsibilities of being the fire chief. There's not a standalone harbor master position that we fund as a separate item.
Right. So I'm also looking for bonuses. If we have a position with a bonus in there, it's so nebulous to see these positions that we're cutting and a cost associated to that. Do you understand where I'm going for this, so that we understand?
Well, what we can do is we could get you the list of currently vacant positions. We can get you the value in the budget assigned to those positions. A lot of those positions, of course, are being proposed for elimination as part of this budget. There are some that are being held or being filled to make way for positions that would otherwise be eliminated. We've got the transfer in the fire department. We have a transfer in community services department. We have some things like that occurring, but there are other positions in the organization that we will continue to fund or at least in the proposed budget and recruit for, and we can lay out what those costs are. So yeah, we can provide that.
I also want to be able to see and have an idea. For instance, Public Works is a great example. We take on a bunch of positions in Public Works, the lower level positions or some higher level positions. I don't know what's left. I see a bunch of positions here, but I don't know what level, what pay grade, what seniority they're at. It's just, to me, it's just a position. Does that make sense? I'd like to see all the positions that are there that maybe we want to mix and match some of these things.
Yeah, well, we can show you what they're all worth individually. That's simple, and we can juxtapose those cuts against the organization structure to show you what the before and after organization structure looks like by department. Listing all classifications in the city and their value in the budget, that's a little bit different exercise. That's a bigger item to prepare in the next 2 weeks. But we certainly can, I think, tackle the vacancies that are being described, what each of their values is, and where they are in the org chart, so you can see before and after for the departments that are impacted, like Public Works.
Yeah, that'd be at minimum be very helpful, because I need to see what we're cutting and where, and what opportunities there are that we're cutting for the employees. Because that's also an effect that we need to think about as well. If we cut out all the opportunities for employees to move up, then that's also an issue that we have. And the fire department is a very good example as well. If we cut all the firefighter positions, we're only left the firefighter paramedic positions. So yeah. Next question I had is, let's see, the police harbor patrol boat. Councilman Lowenstein brought this up earlier. I'd like to see all the maintenance and operation costs on the harbor patrol boat that we have. I'm specifically looking up when I was watching the meeting last night, our Harbor Commission. It's like, hey, we cut it for $100,000, but our maintenance operation doesn't go away. It's still $100,000. Are we really saving money there? And also a spec sheet on what the activity has been for the harbor patrol boat when it's been out during the day, evening, things like that, and calls. Does that make sense?
Yeah, we could provide a BRR on the boat's activity. The positions that are being proposed in the decision package to reduce charges to the funds, that will clearly save money to both the uplands and tidelands. It will hamper our general functionality in those CSO2 positions that were described by the chief, but it will certainly save the two funds money. Maintenance of the boat would continue as it has continued. I mean, we're still staffing the unit. We're staffing it with fewer resources than we did in the past. You might recall that last year we eliminated a police officer position dedicated to the pier unit. So we are operating with a little bit less staffing than we have at peak, but we can provide you a BRR on the functionality of that unit and what it entails.
I think I asked this last time. Did we offer, or Joe might have talked about it in the first meeting, did we offer or talk to employees maybe for a golden handshake to leave early in a buyout? So they would make sense for both the employees and the city. Did we discuss that at all?
We did not formally, through a meet and confer process, extend those offers to the associations. There are some limitations with PERS. The ability to do that has shrunk somewhat under the new PEPRA law. And typically incentivizing that type of activity also has an expense associated with it. So it could, in theory, motivate different people in the organization to retire earlier, creating some additional vacancies to choose from. Not sure if it moves the organization in a predictable way that would allow you to make decisions currently. We would basically need that to occur and then circle back at mid-year or year-end next year to see if there are new vacancies that could be taken in lieu of current positions.
Okay.
And also just to add that PERS had a program in the past, I haven't looked at it in a while, where you can buy service credit for employees. But what you do is you offer that to within the organization. It cannot really be specifically targeted to individual employees. You would target classifications, but one of the requirements is that you're not able to fill that position. So once it's offered, someone takes advantage of it, now you're deauthorizing the position. At least that's the way the PERS program worked in the past. Very expensive to buy a year's worth of service credit in the pension system. You can imagine with now, especially with their losses in their investments, it's going to be even more expensive than it's been in the past. And so there's really no way to predict exactly who would take advantage of it. And again, you've got that limitation that you can't fill the position with a low, with someone paid less.
Right. So budget, I'm looking at the budget and it's very confusing to look at what we're filling with one-time reserve funds or one-time costs. Is that broken out somewhere simpler where we can see like a table where we're using reserve funds over here as a one-time to plug this hole?
Yeah, there is and it's a bit in micro print, but at the end of the decision package is an Excel spreadsheet that breaks down one-time costs versus ongoing costs or savings. It's not easy to follow. We could prepare, and we're working on a budget response report that maybe puts that into kind of bigger numbers so you can track a little bit more easily. But the one thing to remember that we're not using any reserve funds with this proposed budget. It comes down to those two decision packages I described to you just a moment ago, numbers 45 and 46. We are transferring $2.36 million out of the capital projects fund into the general fund, and we're transferring a little over $200,000 out of the major facilities reconstruction fund into the general fund. Those two combined, that almost $2.5 million, or actually a little bit more than that $2.6 million is what we are using to balance the budget beyond either cuts that are one-time or ongoing in nature, and then the few one-time expenses that are offsetting some of those savings. So at the end of the day, we're not by line item saying this particular one-time savings is being, or this particular one-time expense is covered by this particular fund. It all hangs together. The $2.6 million in transfers in is then helping us balance the budget and work down that deficit. So it's not a per decision package comp. It's in aggregate, the 46 closed the $8.9 million deficit.
Okay.
That list is on XXI, by the way.
XXI. Okay, let me write that down here real quick.
And I think the important figure in that table to take away is that what we are showing in the proposed budget is about $5.2 million in ongoing savings and cuts. That's the key figure there, right? Everything else, whether a capital fund or a one-time savings in a department cut, are just that. They're one time. So they'll be back again next year. So if we don't, if to put it in layman's terms, if we don't see $3.7 million in improved revenue next year, we're going to have to do all of those one-time things again. Because we're only going to have $5.2 million of ongoing savings on a go-forward basis.
Right. Okay, this self-insurance fund, I was going through all the funds here, and I was breaking certain ones down. Obviously, the general fund here, if we use the budget as last year, we have a minus $8.9 million hole that we have to plug. And I was looking at the self-insurance program, and it's down by $10 million or $11 million, depending on what time of the two slides you want to look at here. I was looking back at prior years, 2012, 2013. We had a $3 million surplus in there, and it's gone down every year from a net positive to now a massive net negative number. What is up with that fund?
Yeah, and I think the best thing to do, and because I've heard a few of you ask that question, I think we'll prepare a budget response report for you to give you the history. There are a combination of factors in there, GASB requirements, and how we book future liabilities against that fund affect the fund balance figure. There's a lot going on. So rather than try to give you a snapshot answer now, let us break that down for you in a BRR, and we'll give you some history on what that fund it basically includes, and then what are these booked liabilities that show the deficit in the fund.
So that affects our ISF funds then too, right? Our ISF charges.
It does have an effect on ISF charges, but the formula for how we allocate those expenses is the same. So the deficit fund balance side doesn't affect the department allocations as much as actual spending in the prior year. So you're going to have cash in and cash out, and then you're going to have your accounting fund balance versus projected liabilities that are going to be a different figure. So we'll walk you through that in the BRR.
Okay.
Let me interrupt just for a second on that score, Mike, because people don't even know what the self-insurance fund is, and I would just take this budget cycle as an opportunity to, treat everybody like they're in grade school and start from Adam and Eve so that we understand what the self-insurance fund is for and what it provides, instead of just jumping right into the weeds, because I think a lot of people are looking at the budget and something like that is a good example of what they don't even understand the original purpose of it was for. So
sure, we can get you
we go to explain the Seaside Lagoon, you go to explain anything. It'd be very helpful to just kick it off with this is what this is and how it got started and what the purpose is.
Sure, we can give you some narrative on that in addition to the financial details.
The ISF charges for the Tidelands, they were talking last night about them going up by 15%. I didn't really notice that, but
I think what I heard, and I've only seen a draft memo prepared by Stephen, who was at the meeting. I think they were saying, shouldn't they be reduced by 15% based on all the other actions? And the answer to that is they eventually will be, as the cuts are made in all of the departments that charge back to the various funds. Once those are realized and the actual savings year over year is accrued, then the allocation will be reduced, and then the subsequent
in the mid-year
years. Exactly. There's a lag to that impact.
Right.
But will eventually matriculate through.
Right. Okay. And I think it's important. That's one of the reasons why I think it's important that we, rather than just flat out cut certain positions, we keep them vacant and don't budget for them. That way, if we have the ability to next year, as Mayor Brand has said earlier, that we don't, once we cut a position, the likelihood that it comes back is very insignificantly small. So with all these ISF charges that we're reducing, hopefully, we should be able to have long-term savings there year over year.
Yeah, I mean, to that score, we would always prefer for all of these cuts to be one-time in nature. Really, fundamentally, I think for what you all have to decide is, it gets back to that question of, is $5.2 million in ongoing savings, is that the right number? Is that too much? because anything we convert from an ongoing to a one-time means that we have that much more of a decision to make next fiscal year if you continue to believe, if you believe that revenues won't return fully in the 21-22 fiscal year. So it's, to me, you all have to kind of figure out what your equilibrium is and what your comfort factor is on structural ongoing savings juxtaposed against our expectations for revenue recovery in out years.
Right. Yeah, I totally understand that. You know, I'm very wary of our $8.9 million number that we're proposing is that we're going to be a shortfall of, because just if we're down by a few $1 million in the Tidelands, and because of lack of revenue from leases that we don't plan on collecting, and who knows, we actually will collect them at a later date, and very few of those leases will be expiring next year, as well as sales tax are down in the harbor. TOT tax down in the harbor, in the Tidelands specifically. That $9 million negative rate, I think, will very quickly be larger than that. So
let me stop you there real quick, if I could. Just to be clear, the $8.9 million is distinct to the general fund only. You have to add to that the two deficits projected in the Uplands and Tidelands funds, which are equal to almost $2 million in each fund. So if you're thinking about this in the aggregate, and I think that's where you were going,
right?
$8.9 million to be 8.9 plus the $4 million in the other two harbor and Tidelands funds. So our total projected deficit in all funds is actually more like $13 million.
Okay, because I was putting in there the Portofino TOT tax, because those Tidelands TOT taxes go directly to the general fund.
The TOT accrues to the general fund. The lease revenue we collect as a percentage of room rental accrues to the Tidelands fund.
Oh, I didn't realize there was a difference between the two, that we cut those up.
There are two different revenue streams there. One goes to the Tidelands fund, the other one goes to the general fund.
From the rooms themselves.
Correct. Yeah, there's a percentage of gross revenue that's collected from the master leaseholders. Some of that is driven by the performance on the property.
Right, gross revenue. Gross revenue goes Tidelands. Right, I thought the TOT was split up in two different ways. No, that's right. That makes sense. I understand that. Okay. Yeah, there was a lot of talk last night at the budget, the Harbor Commission, regarding the fire 1/3 fire cut, and deservedly so. And a couple of them brought up a couple of good points. You have one or two incidences that will, be a couple $100,000 each. Now you've just, and with, they can go bad. You're now penny pound, and or whatever that term is that they use. Vicki Callahan used pound foolish, penny pound foolish, whatever.
Penny wise and pound foolish. Yeah.
Penny wise, pound foolish. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. So yeah, I definitely hear those concerns that they talked about last night. You're going dark on 1/3 of the Harbor Patrol, which doesn't just do marine operations, it does land operations as well. Paramedic, or just first aid paramedic calls as a backup call, so to land operations. So it's a big cut. Yeah, so that's all I
It certainly is. And just so you know, even though it's not in your pack tonight, we are coming back to you next week with the budget response report you requested about kind of history of the Harbor Patrol function, kind of the operating formats, what our service calls have been, et cetera. So you'll get some detail on that in a subsequent BRR.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. That's it.
Let me ask a question real quick, Mike. Which decision package is it that reduces the Harbor Patrol staffing?
Give me 1 second here.
29.
Sorry, I've been thumbing through.
I think it's 29. 29.
Okay, let me go to 29. Let me just say, we're going to need some options, really. Not just an explanation, but we're going to need some options, because there's a lot of pushback to, having a dark time going dark at any time in the harbor in terms of being able to respond the way we normally have been. So I would just challenge you now to say, okay, all right, we're not going to do that. What are we going to do instead?
Right. And totally understand that. And we'll lay it out in the BRR, but really your primary option, thankfully, in the Tidelands Fund will be to choose in the alternative to just deficit spend the equivalent amount. You have money in the fund balance in the Tidelands to absorb that cost for another fiscal year. If you need to, we would just caution about how long we could survive doing that if we don't see some recovery in revenue. So we'll lay that out for you, but you do have the option.
Yeah, that would be very, very helpful.
Yeah.
Thank you. What about moorings? I mean, mooring maintenance, it would be good to know how much we spend in mooring maintenance, because ever since they've installed them, I've never seen more than 3 boats in the moorings. And there are 28 of them out there. It's ridiculous. And they all just sit out there, and it obviously requires some maintenance. I don't know what to do with that. I don't ever hear any discussion about it other than for I don't know how many years they just sit there.
Yeah, if you'd like, we can do a quick BRR on that. I think we've done since we've had the grant funding installation, I think we've done one full-scale restorative effort, maintenance effort. Right. Say cost us about $100,000, but we can get you the details on that.
I remember that. It would be good to know, if the maintenance is significant, and I mean, why do we have them? I mean, if nothing else, they're just taking up space for no reason.
Right.
And lastly, I'd like to know that, and we talked about this, I'm no fan of losing these public works positions. And I guess my question is, instead of eliminating them, if we would just hold them vacant, retain them as vacant, as opposed to eliminate them, does it have the same financial consequences? That way, we're not coming back trying to add a position if things do turn around next year or the year after, and we see the real need, and then we're not creating a position. We're just, okay, we can fund this position now.
Yeah, we can do that. To answer your question in 2 parts, it has the same financial impact for the 2021 fiscal year. It just changes our core budget moving into 21-22. And it really just comes down to where do we think we will be structurally going into 21-22. And it's certainly the council's prerogative on a policy basis to decide which positions are defunded versus deauthorized. Defunded meaning a 1-year, deauthorized meaning a more permanent cut.
Which is what we're proposing at the fire department.
Yeah, the fire department is the one area with the cuts that we're proposing from a staffing standpoint as a defund, in part because they are also subject to a meet and confer process. They affect the constant staffing requirements in the MOU.
Okay, but financially for the year, there's really no difference, cash in, cash out, from saying, okay, we're going to hold these jobs vacant. We're not going to eliminate them in public works. We're just going to hold them vacant for the year.
You are correct.
The cash in-out result.
Yeah,
and lastly,
that's correct. The only thing I would add is that, our goal has always been to try to get as close to structural balance as possible. To have it be held open just for 1 year, that's moving us in the opposite direction. I mean, it's just gonna, if the revenues don't materialize, and if we have the same budget challenges next year, we're going to be that further away from being structurally balanced.
Yeah, but we can eliminate it next year, right? We could just say, I mean, we don't know what's going to happen. I mean, this is all.
Sure, you could eliminate it next year. You could add it back in next year or sooner. If we have a quick recovery, we could add these positions back in.
Well, that's my concern. The biggest challenge in all this would be adding a position back in, and yet you've lost these core services out on the street. These are the guys that are, pouring the sidewalks and grinding the sidewalks and overseeing our park maintenance and things like that. I mean, you start to notice that stuff pretty quickly, and I hate to just eliminate key positions when maybe we could just hold them vacant for a year and see what transpires. Sure. That's my opinion anyway. And then lastly, thought I said lastly already. Seaside Lagoon, it looks like there's, you're assuming that you're still going to get $600,000 in entrance fees. But maybe I'm misreading decision package 31.
Yeah, just two things to point out. The mini financial statement that does the pro forma for Seaside Lagoon that's in your financial tab of your budget, that does not include the decision package change. So that's why you're still seeing that $600,000 entry fee projection. The decision package actually does the accounting true up that says, no, we're not going to receive that funding. We are going to shed some expenses, but we are still going to have fixed costs due to full-time staffing that don't just work the lagoon, but other parts of recreation and other maintenance activities. So I know the Harbor Commission, in my quick read, had a question about, doesn't it seem like we should just close the lagoon fully to save more money? The answer is we could do that, but it would force us to lay off additional personnel who are charged to those accounts for full-time salaries.
But they're doing other things?
They are in part doing other things. They are partially charged or allocated to the lagoon. They are partially allocated to other functions.
I see. You can't lay off half a person.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, thanks for all your work, and I'm sorry to interrupt. I inserted myself before Councilmember Lowenstein. So anyway, go ahead, Todd.
Yeah, I'll try to make this brief since the night seems to be moving on. It's 11 o'clock. Real quickly, one is regarding what Bill said about Public Works. I'm a little concerned about deauthorizing the senior caretaker, because I think what it does is it demoralizes some of the people that are in Public Works that might want to aspire to that. So we might want to reconsider that.
And just to be clear, there's a maintenance supervisor and a senior park caretaker. Is it the caretaker you're thinking of, or is it okay?
It's more the caretaker, but
yeah.
We could look at both, or maybe I don't know. Just take a look at that. The next question is, I know in the Budget and Finance meeting the other night, the discussion of the marine hotels came up regarding a loan.
Mm-hmm.
Can you clarify that real briefly in terms of how that's worked in terms of payback?
Yeah, so what it is and I think what you might be referring to, or the commissioners in Marty's remarks, in order to help the Marine Avenue hotels be originally constructed, they had a hard time seeking financing because at the time we were still in the recessionary environment. There weren't a lot of lenders lending to the leisure and hospitality industry. So in a bit of creative financing, the city opted to participate with the developer by backstopping a portion of the financing through what was called an authority-funded reserve of $8.5 million. And the authority-funded reserve, which is effectively controlled with specific conditions by the lender and can be drawn down by the lender once those conditions are triggered, is funded by the revenues accrued, the TOT that's generated by the hotels themselves. It was taking many years for the site-specific TOT to accrue to that fund. When you'll recall a couple years ago, the hoteliers came to us and wanted to refinance their loan. We were opportunistic as a city and said, you know what, if you're going to refinance that loan, we want to see you refinance the authority-funded reserve terms. And we were successful in negotiating a change in the amount from $8.5 million to $3 million. To put that into perspective, the three hotels typically in good years generate about $3 million a year in TOT. Mm-hmm. So the minute we did that, the AFR, the Authority Funded Reserve, was fully funded, and now all monies coming from the Marine Avenue Hotel site were accruing to the general fund as tax incremental revenue. So that was a big win for us financially. It helped us balance the books the last few years. It was a big new number. The problem is the pandemic is exactly the type of condition when you have, we always said under the terms of the conditions, if you had sustained occupancy of less than 40% and significantly reduced average daily rate charges, you would begin to trigger utilization of this AFR. Well, what's the one circumstance where that occurs? Pandemic, where nobody can travel, right? Or nobody wants to. So they have been slowly drawing from that fund. Why this came up is because we will have to, before we can collect money that's recovered from the site. The first call for TOT from the Marine Avenue Hotel site next fiscal year is going to go back into replenishing the drawdown. So our budget projects zero money coming from that campus next fiscal year, which is why when we say in the aggregate, we think we're going to get about 50% hotel stay value next fiscal year, our TOT number is actually worse than 50% of our prior year total. It's because we have to account for the Marine Avenue payback cycle.
Okay.
That's really that in a synopsis.
Understandable. Thank you for the explanation. Two quick shots, and then I'm gone. The boat launch, the shower for the hand launch. I mean,
I know.
There, I mean, my gosh, how long?
God, that was 3 years ago.
Well,
come on.
We'll cover it a little bit in our presentation. It's coming. There was a bid. It was exceedingly high. We think the bidder was taking advantage. Our staff have now devised a way to be compliant with NPDES and actually install the facility ourselves. I'll let Ted walk you through that next week as part of our CIP. So we're working on it. I know it's not very swift.
Okay. The last thing is, the council chambers were already supposed to have been through this. This would have been the perfect time to redo the council chamber.
Oh, no doubt.
Why is this delayed?
Well,
I mean, this was
the contract.
Sorry.
Well, I shouldn't say that. We opened bids, and I think we'll be awarding soon, I believe. Ted, could you fill me in here on our current status on that one?
Yeah, absolutely. We opened bids on the 21st of May. We're vetting through those bids right now. And we're looking to come either on the 16th or the first meeting of July, the 7th.
No, but I'm talking about, it said that it was supposed to be done by the end of spring of this year, last year when we went through all this. Why is it so delayed now? I know we're going through more bids, but if you look, there was a document, Councilman Narenheim mentioned it to me, where it said we were supposed to, the 9 months, we were supposed to have been done either the end of spring or the end of summer. We haven't even started work on it yet.
Correct. And it's the design, basically the design reach that extended into multiple things. The ADA compliant component of it was very complex and took a lot of back and forth designs, not only for our team, but also to comply with ADA and our building department, building division's requirements there. On top of that, we've been working very closely with the audio video team at IT in order to make sure that these two projects are complementing each other. And that's unfortunately what has taken the time to get to this point.
Yeah, because eventually when we get out of this, we're not going to be able to get back into the chambers either. We're going to go a really long time without being in the chambers. So,
yeah.
All right. I guess we can talk about that next week if necessary.
I mean, the good news is the elevator's working in the library. So when we go up to the library, it'll be swifter than it's been in the past. Maybe better.
Yes, I guess. All right. That's it for me. Thank you.
Okay, looks like all the questions for now, and we've taken all the comments. Any more comments?
No, Mayor.
Okay, with that, I'll just entertain a motion to continue the hearing.
So moved.
Can someone
I'll
second him? I didn't hear a second.
Second.
Okay, second by Councilmember Narenheim, motion by Councilmember Horvath. Roll call vote, Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Grand.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, so at this point we have 2 items left on our agenda.
Actually,
We're to come back with L1 after all these public hearings, and then we've got O1. So I assume we're going to discuss both of these unless somebody has some objections, because it is 11 o'clock. Okay, they shouldn't take too long. Joe, I guess we'll go back to L1 and reopen that hearing. Is that proper protocol, Mike Webb?
Yeah, that's what you decided to do.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion to reopen the L1 public hearing.
Motion to reopen item L1.
Second.
Okay, anybody objecting to that? All right, well, we'll just so ordered and move on. So, John, what'd you find out?
I'm going to share my screen with you in hopes of making this go very quickly. So here is a preparation of revised funding for the Coronavirus CARES Act funding for CDBG. What you see here is an expanded list. You've got the retention of the first frontline personnel, PPE, and it also covers facility capacity, which is all the preparation that Public Works has been doing at our city facilities to install plexiglass barriers and acquire hand sanitizer and all that equipment. So that amount stays the same as was originally recommended at the 67.5 amount. We have incorporated Harbor Interfaith Services as a recipient. I'll come back to that because that's a malleable number based on your other recommendations. We've included the other two service agencies that were mentioned earlier, 1736 Family Crisis Center and Salvation Army Meals on Wheels. You'll see there that we would propose, since we were unable to reach them tonight, and I appreciate City Attorney Webb's efforts to do that on short notice this evening, but what we would do is we could amend their agreements so that they had a not to exceed amount up to these amounts. Just so you know, these amounts are a 100% increase on their current 1920 standard allocation from the grant. So it's essentially doubling their grant within the same fiscal year based on the COVID numbers. And so what they would do is, for instance, 1736 would have to quantify, in their case, the number of responses they made to domestic violence instances that were directly related to the COVID-19 emergency, and then quantify the expenses therein. So the dispatch of personnel, the giving of motel vouchers or shelter activations, and any other operation expenses therein. Salvation Army Meals on Wheels, the same. They would probably have very little difficulty providing us with quantification of $7,000 of expenses in providing meals to seniors and low-income residents. We kept as STET the Torrance YMCA Senior Program, and I won't belabor that. We kept STET as the planning administrative. Now, I said that the Harbor Interfaith Services number was malleable only because you have additional pre-qualified 1920 Public Service Agency funding recipients who would also be eligible to qualify for a not to exceed amount, provided that they were quantifiable COVID-19 related expenses. So those other agencies are the South Bay Family Health Care Center, which is the dental services for low-income individuals, as well as the, excuse me, I'm just reading very small, the Disability Community Resource Center, which is the those that are with the presence of a disability receiving services. And then finally, the final one is St. Paul's United Methodist Church, Project Needs, which is the food bank and feeding program and other services for individuals under food stress and or who are experiencing homelessness. So what I would say is that if you wanted to expand the funding to an equal amount to their already present 1920 CDBG allocation, we would recommend a commensurate reduction of the Harbor Interfaith number to account for the remaining, if you chose to add any one or more of them, the three other eligible agencies. If not, then this list here on the screen is within eligibility, and it would just be up to the service providers who would be receiving not to exceed amounts to provide quantifiable expenses so that the city could send those to HUD and justify those allocations. And I'll be available for any questions.
Yeah, well, thanks for that quick. That was very quick, John. Really appreciate that. And the only confusion I had is under Harbor Faith Interfaith Services, the 42.5. You said there's three other agencies within that, or three other agencies that we could contribute to some of that money.
There's three other agencies that are qualified under your original allotment of in May of last year. South Bay Family Healthcare Dental, if we did a 1-to-1, would be an allocation of $8,600, which would be deducted from the 42.5. And then also the Disability Center would be $3,462 deducted. And then finally, Project Needs South St. Paul's Methodist would be $5,500 deducted from the 42.5.
What does a disability center do?
Well, they provide everything from mobility devices to retraining, physical rehabilitation training. Their goal is to provide mobility, both mobility like physical therapy as well as mechanical aid devices, so that in tandem, people with the presence of a disability can travel and experience the world normally as anyone else does.
Right, and then the other one, it's always I forget the name of it, but they provide dental services for children from low-income families.
Yes, and some qualifying adults as well.
Yeah, that's a fantastic program. So anyway,
Right.
I'll just turn it over to the council. Councilmember Lone.
Yeah, this is great. It's definitely better. I think it's better spent, I think, than on the transit. So I'd be okay with this. If you guys want to move it around a little bit, I'm okay with that as well too. But it's much better. Thank you, John, for this extra work.
I would definitely like to fund the children's dental services for low-income families. I mean, that's in Redondo Beach, and that's on Camino Real, and that's like money to Redondo Beach.
Yeah, I'm good with that too. So if anybody wants, I can make a motion.
That was 8,900, John?
8,600, Mayor?
600, okay. Anything else, John?
No, I'll wait till everybody speaks before I make a motion, or whoever wants to make a motion first.
I'll make a motion.
Member Horvath?
Yeah, so listen, I don't want to belabor this, but I'm just going to go back to the original item that was submitted by staff and just point out this. The items that Mr. LaRock presented as it relates to transit are monies that we are already paying to do those services. So these are monies that came in, they're emergency monies to cover costs as it relates to the pandemic. So we could easily make a policy decision tonight that we're not going to use those monies for costs we're accruing as it relates to the pandemic. But we're going to have to pay those costs at the end of the year. So, we've been talking tonight about next year's budget and the shortfall that we're having. Well, we have a shortfall this year, right? And that true up isn't going to come until we do year end. So if Beach City Transit is already having to do this, right, as a service for the people who are riding it, we're going to pay those monies anyways. So I know we talk a lot about looking for grant monies and looking for outside funding. Well, this is an example of outside funding that is coming to help us resolve deficit spending, right? So, when you were talking earlier, Councilmember Lowenstein, about addressing the issue of pandemic, I know you were specifically referring to residents, right, and helping residents. And clearly this motion either motion actually has a direct effect on a specific segmentation of the residents. But I just want to make sure that everybody really understands that at the end of the year, we will have to pull money out of the reserves to pay for those costs, as opposed to using this money now in a one-time manner to pay for those costs. That's all.
I'll tell you, I got two quick questions based on that. I mean, John, why are we spending money on Beach City's transit stuff? I mean, I thought there's money within Beach City's transit, which is our, transportation authority, that isn't supposed to be, an impact to our general fund. Why should we have to be using these emergency monies for something related to our transportation?
Mayor, that's correct. The transit fund is not related to the general fund in terms of revenue or expense. The decision was made for its original inclusion in our first recommendation, just because we're dealing with it in real time. And since late March, when the county health department issued its guidance with Metro for the operation of transit for essential workers as well as essential trips, the protocols required us to do things with the staff and with operational equipment that was out of the scope of our current contract. So
we get reimbursed for that down the road, you think?
Well, obviously, if the HEROES Act goes forward in some form, there is supposed to be some money there for local transit agencies. That would be a pass-through from Metro eventually. And to your point, and to Councilmember Horvath's point, ultimately, the reserves that we would be allocating to cover the out-of-service expenses for Beach Cities Transit during Corona, with
Right.
the transit fund reserve, that remains as a finite pool because we're also facing, obviously, a dramatic loss in farebox revenue, and likewise the threat of formula allocation monies, which are based on our farebox activity. Metro is providing some CARES Act funding to us to offset our farebox revenue loss, but it's not a one-to-one. So it's just
To be determined is probably the best answer then.
to be determined. We'll move some things around and we'll make it work. And you know, we're as I'm sure you're all aware, paying attention to the news, there is a lot of discussion about how to deal with all transit systems, large and small, and make them somewhat whole so they maintain during and post COVID. So this is our last bite at the apple. It was just something in real time that, in the judgment of the small staff that worked on it, was something that was being expended in real time. And here was an opportunity based on the HUD qualifications for what was approved as an expenditure, served the public good, and was money not accounted for before it was spent. So, but you know, no harm, no foul in removing it from this now second recommendation from staff. We'll figure it out on the back end.
All right, thank you. So this is like a second recommendation, and we can adjust it if we want to by what I was talking about.
Yeah.
earlier.
So, for instance, if you add the South Bay Healthcare dental services, they would receive an allocation of $8,600, which would lower the Harbor Interfaith Services allocation to $33,900.
Got it. Okay, Councilmember Narenheim.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. First of all, I will go on the record and say that I'm more than happy to spend these monies away from Beach Cities Transit. And I want to thank, first off, actually want to thank Mr. LaRock for doing this quick work and getting these numbers together and being nimble. And I want to educate some people, probably a lot of people don't understand that Harbor Interfaith actually is running one of the Project Roomkey sites at Lomita. So they are incurring massive costs right now, all the way from their food banks, personnel, transportation services. And when it comes to transportation services, you know, when we talking about cleaning the buses, well, they got to clean their own vehicles. They got to do a lot of disinfecting, personal protective equipment, food pantry requirements. So I love seeing this number, and I'd love to see it higher. But I also see that Mayor Brand has a fantastic point with the dentistry for the children on Camino Real, and I'd love to actually reduce the Harbor Interfaith funding and replace that with the dentistry funding as well, in place of that for the $8,600, or lower if somebody else wants to do a lower number as well. You know, I'm sure they would really need it. Those kids would really need that. So I would make a motion to accept these numbers with adding the what was the location again, John?
It's the South Bay Family Healthcare.
Thank you, South Bay Family Healthcare
Provider at $8,600.
At $8,600. In addition to that, and take that balance out of the Harbor Interfaith number.
And just to clarify, Councilmember Narenheim, all of the agencies, these are for expenses that benefit citizens of Redondo Beach.
Right.
Harbor Interfaith can't spend them on Lomita stuff. It's
and
their activities here.
Exactly.
For the record.
Point about what they're doing, and they've got 40 individuals there. I'm not sure if they can spend it all right away. And we have this great program, the Family Center on Camino Real. They do a fantastic job, and I know they're being impacted as well. So I can't thank you, Ms. LaRock, enough for this. This is awesome. This is the way sausage is made, and I appreciate it. Thank you, Todd, for your second on that.
Thanks, Bismarck.
Mayor, I just want to let you know that we have no e-comments.
Okay, great. Thank you. Something to get to ask. Is that it? No?
That's it.
Okay, Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. So project needs up in North Redondo Beach. We need to, if we're going to be doing this, and we're not going to be trying to use these funds as Mr. Horvath has mentioned and do that, we need to just then fund some other things too. Project Needs would be a very good one. They do feed a number of folks up in North Redondo. It's a very successful program. Those folks are always looking for help, especially in this time when people are stuck. Feeding those folks is even more important right now than it was even before. So, Mr. LaRock, what was the fund for Project Needs?
If Project Needs was dealt with the same way, the 100% allocation would be for $5,500, which would reduce the Harbor Interfaith Services allocation to $28,400.
Okay. So anyway, I would be okay with that.
Okay, great. Then they would qualify, John. All these agencies would have to show that they're COVID related, but they would qualify.
Right. So as we're recommending on the slide, these would be not to exceed amounts. So if, for instance, Salvation Army Meals on Wheels says, okay, we have, X amount of dollars that we can quantify for Redondo Beach COVID-19 response under the guidelines, they would get that amount, and then the rest can be folded back into either PPE or we can hold that in the CDBG reserve for 2021. And then when we come before you on an update for that, we can go ahead and discuss more allocations to agencies.
Okay. Is that it, John?
That's it.
Great. I love keeping the money in Redondo. Councilmember MD.
So sometimes the space bar works, sometimes it doesn't. But so the money that is being spent on the Beach Cities Transit that you had on there isn't for the transit itself necessarily. It's to, just to be clear, is to clean and disinfect the buses, to dial-a-ride vehicles, all the bus stop furniture. And so are you now no longer going to do that? Or are you still going to have to do that?
We must do that in order to operate the transit system. That is a requirement of the health order. That will not stop. And frankly, that activity was not contingent on the funding amount we recommended. We were just trying to recapture some expenses. We will continue to do that activity, and we will fund it through the transit reserve and on a going forward basis as additional funding from Metro or another federal action occurs, we will earmark it at that time.
Okay, so, and then you were also going to fund personnel and equipment to transport people experiencing homelessness in the city to shelters as a response to the pandemic. Is there, do you have that kind of broken down? Like, I mean, I heard what you said, you were just trying to recapture some of the money, but the money that Public Works is going to spend to do this, I'm trying to still recapture some of that back. I want to bring some of it back to Public Works. So how much of that without doing the actual transporting of people do you think that would cover in there?
Well, Public Works, just to clarify, is not involved in the transportation of the homeless.
No, I'm talking about the cleaning of the bus stops.
Correct. That is actually Beach City's transportation concept staff. That is our subcontractor who operates the transit line doing that work.
Okay.
So because they're on the route, so when they arrive at a shelter or a bench, they do the cleaning in real time then. That will still occur. And
are they going to charge us?
It is part of their billing, absolutely. But it has been accounted for to date, and it will continue to be accounted for from the transit fund. This omitting it from here does not in any way affect our ability to continue that program, which is out of contract service for COVID, to maintain the transit system. That will not change.
Okay, thank you.
And sorry, Councilman Remedy, the second part of your question with regards to the transportation of those experiencing homelessness to a room key site or another type of shelter, that has not yet happened. It is something we have pre-staged as a possibility, but to date, our partner agencies that serve the homeless individuals have not yet requested that. The city attorney has pre-staged that with them as an available resource. So at their direction, we would mobilize and we would deal with that on a one-to-one basis. But right now, we have not been activated in that sense, so we don't have any projection of what that would cost.
All right.
You got anything else, Lauren? Okay. I think there was a motion by Councilmember Nierenheim, seconded by Councilmember Grant, if they put the money.
It was seconded by Councilmember Lowenstein.
With me.
Oh, so it's like a friendly amendment from Councilmember Grant. Is that correct, John?
I will accept his amendment.
And I will as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Anybody else? Okay, let's take a vote. Roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath. Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
All right, I didn't hear. Councilmember Grant.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
I can't thank you enough, John and Mike, for throwing that all together at the last second. John, I know what you were trying to do out of the gate, and I'm glad we finally got this all done and can move on and put it to bed and not discuss it anymore. So thank you, John, and thank you, Mike.
Thank you, John. Thank you, appreciate it. Thank you, both Johns.
Yeah. Okay, one more item. Joe, you want to take it away? The emergency orders?
Yes, Mayor Council, this is a follow-up to my most recent actions related to our response to the COVID-19 public health crisis. There's a resolution in your packet confirming actions of the most recent order, May 29th. I'll just touch on those very quickly. We reopened portions of the Redondo Beach Pier that serve retail and restaurants, including the International Boardwalk. That's something that we had talked about before. Thanks to research by the city attorney, we found a way to do that. Still have the other non-retail, non-restaurant portions of the pier closed as required by the county public health order. So we've segregated the pier. It's partially open. We reopened Veterans Park and adjacent parking areas as part of our lifting of restrictions. And then we also have amendment as part of the order that all walkways, paths, bike paths, coastal parking areas, and parks are open. The only exception is the stairs at Avenue C that we had said initially open them up. County beaches and harbors that has actual control over the stairs came back and said they want to close them because they've had some improper use of the stairs with people trying to ride bicycles down the railings. So they've been fortified and closed. So we did not close them. The county closed them. So Avenue C stairs are closed. There also remains closed certain city facilities, City Hall, city offices, both our libraries, the Performing Arts Center, our 3 senior centers, the teen center, all of those remain physically closed to the public. We also have remaining closed city playgrounds. That's per the health order, countywide health order. City basketball courts, also per the countywide health order. Aviation Park we have closed. What we've tied all these to is as soon as the county lifts its restrictions on facilities like this on a countywide basis, that we would move to open them up as part of our own local actions. So recommendation is to talk about this, to take public testimony, and to adopt the resolution affirming the order of May 29th. And that's it.
Sorry. Thanks, Joe. It's great to see these things starting to open back up as we keep a close eye also on the numbers coming from the hospital and county. The only one I wanted to bring up was Alta Vista Park. I'm still getting emails about barricades up at Alta Vista Park. Are those going to be coming down? I mean, I know they're not playing baseball, but there's all these barricades still up. I sent me the pictures.
The playing fields are still closed for the countywide health order. Baseball fields, playing fields.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of the park itself, John,
it looked like there were some barricades outside of the ball field that were keeping people from accessing the green area.
Well, Good evening, Mayor. John LaRock, Community Services. We did have the construction project going on for a period there where we were installing the electrical service to power the field lights to move from the diesel engine fuel lights, which is a very good news project by Public Works. I believe that work is done. The only fencing in that park is the Sunset League outfield fence. There are no other obstructions. The playground equipment remains taped off. But other than that, there should be no obstructions. We'll be happy to swing by and make sure no one has cordoned off field space for another reason that we're not permitting.
Okay, that's great. I'll forward you the emails I've gotten.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Nairn.
Thank you. Libraries, when were those going to be opening?
Libraries are in a later phase. Right now, the county order allows for curbside service. I believe we've got Susan online. Susan, if you could log on there. Yeah, so the latest in terms of our reopening?
Yes, so we do have a curbside service plan, and it's very similar to what they are going to start at Malaga Cove this week. So I think it is a feasible plan, and we could institute that next week if once we are waiting for a like a sneeze guard, a hanging sneeze guard for one of the doors that should arrive next week, and then we could start at any time.
Okay. When do we expect to start or are thinking about ticketing for street sweeping and various parking enforcement actions such as that? It's a big deal down here. Not much room to park in the avenues.
Yeah, we haven't set a date for that. That's basically tied to the duration of the local emergency. We could change that if this is an area of concern.
No, they're fine. They just wanted to make sure they're not leaving their car there or unable to move their car and then get a ticket. I want to make sure they're well educated and enforced.
Right, there will be, whatever we do, we are going to give plenty of notice so that people aren't caught without having been notified that the rules have changed.
Okay, perfect. And playground equipment, that's going to be part of phase 3, I'm assuming. That was a question that came up.
Right, it's tied to whenever the county lifts that restriction. Right now, playground equipment is still off limits in terms of the county health order.
Okay. I believe that's it. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember MD.
Also, can you announce that when the Galleria is going to be reopening, and there's a dinosaur place inside there? Do you think that's considered a museum, or is it more of a retail that they could open?
In terms of Galleria, they're looking, they don't have an exact date, but they were looking at towards the end of this week, potentially. There's some steps that QIC has to go through in terms of coordination with all their individual tenants. So in light of the curfew, in part, it's going to depend on how long the curfew, we're in this curfew shutdown situation. But in talking to John, he's anxious to get back open quite likely the end of this week. And then in terms of the dinosaur, I did have some correspondence with the proprietor there. Yeah, that does not seem to fall in the category of retail. It is more in a later phase of the opening, it sounds like.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, and as part of the disaster council, John Alderson said that their project is proceeding, that they're doing the design work and really hasn't been stalled at all. So.
Oh, good. That's good news, because I was a little worried that I hadn't heard from them. Thanks, Bill.
He said they are actively designing it.
Oh,
So,
good. Good.
With that, is there a motion to approve all this?
I so move.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember MD, seconded by Councilmember Lowenstein. Councilmember Nairn.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Grand,
Aye.
and Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Oh, we have e-comments on this one.
Oh, great. Right after we voted. Go ahead.
4 comments submitted. First comment is from Jeff Ginsburg.
4 comments.
Yes, I am the current president of the Riviera Village Association. The RVA has been focused on getting outside dining and sidewalk sale approved in the Riviera Village so businesses can safely operate with social distancing. I submitted a blue folder item for tonight's city council meeting with the outdoor dining event application and traffic plan. After speaking with city staff, we learned that we need the traffic plan to be updated with water barricades, which South Bay Barricade said they can do tomorrow afternoon. The Riviera Village Association is requesting the mayor and city council approves the outdoor dining and sidewalk sale application tonight, subject to city staff approving the traffic plan and/or any other items they deem necessary. Thank you, mayor, city council members, and the city staff for all you are doing during these very unique times. Stay healthy and safe. Next comment, submitted by Daryl Beal. Outside dining, including closure of Catalina and any necessary streets in the village, should be approved tonight. This action would bring in needed tax revenues to the city. The restaurants are ready to participate in safe or safer outdoor dining that would allow them to rehire staff and provide revenue to remain open. The longer you delay, the greater chance some of them may not be able to open or stay open. I would love to spend my dining money in RB, Redondo Beach. Thank you all for the great job you do, and special thanks for Nils for his town hall meetings, keeping us informed. Next comment submitted by Brian Diedrich. I am the owner of Riviera Funding, a mortgage brokerage located in the village for 20 years. I am also a member of the Riviera Village Association. I am strongly in support of temporarily closing down sections of Catalina Avenue so the local restaurants and retail shops can open up and expand their businesses and keep with their pre-COVID sales and pre-COVID sales tax revenue for the city. Many of these businesses are on the verge of bankruptcy, and only operating at 50 to 60% will not help. This closure will only temporarily shut down sections of Catalina, but it will alleviate the problems the local restaurants and businesses are having during this crisis. Please allow temporary closures of Catalina Avenue so the retail/restaurants can survive. Thank you. And the 4th comment is from Brian Kelleher. My name is Brian Kelleher, and my wife and I own the Hook and Plow restaurant in Riviera Village. We are very much in favor of the proposal to close down sections of the Riviera Village streets to enable restaurants and other establishments to expand their footprint. This will be extremely helpful for restaurants like ours to allow for more space to make up for the lost seats due to the 6-foot social distancing guidelines that should and must be followed. This would greatly improve our sales and help us survive in these trying times for all. We were very excited when the county approved the opening of dine-in establishments, but now us, along with all other businesses, are again taking a huge hit with the 6 p.m. curfews. We just really feel that the addition of this space that the street closures would provide would help us get back on our feet and not only provide additional much-needed revenue, but also give the locals an opportunity to once again enjoy their village and return to a sense of normalcy. Really appreciate your time. Be safe. And that concludes the comments, sir.
Okay, great. Thank you, Vicki.
You're welcome.
I don't think it changed anybody's decision. We are working on that outdoor dining program, and sorry it's not happening fast enough.
Mayor, I had a question. Can I get to him real quick? I goofed.
You goofed?
I didn't ask on the village. I know we voted. I know Christian has his hand up.
Okay, Councilmember Horvath, you're first.
Yeah, I just wanted to, related to the Galleria and the dinosaur thing, I just want to read something from Supervisor Hahn's office here. And it just said, because I had contacted them on behalf of this business owner, it just said that right now the county is waiting on the governor to announce approval to move into stage 3. County can't move faster than the state, as they don't have the authority to allow indoor museums, recreation facilities to reopen at this time. So that's where that particular business is at.
That answers that question. Councilmember Narenheim.
Thank you, Mayor Brennan. Yeah, real quick, I just want to follow up. I goofed. I had it written down for the Riviera Village and the outdoor dining on the streets. Joe or probably Ted What's the status of the application that was turned? I'm not sure if there's a real application that they turned in, but they CC'd me on what was going on. They're working with the barricade companies. When can we expect them to come out and have a conversation about that with staff? Where are we with that planning process?
Yeah, Ted, do you want to take it away?
Absolutely. And council member, I've had multiple conversations with Jeff Ginsburg on this. As you saw, we did receive the application. I'll call it application. I'll call it a package rather than an application on Monday night. So I did have a conversation with him early on, actually Sunday night, and we had the conversation yesterday about it. There's still a lot of significant information that's missing, and I relayed that to Mr. Ginsburg. In principle, we understand what they're trying to do, and we've given them significant guidance in terms of how to get that done. And with exception to the one traffic control plan, which is incomplete at this particular point, none of the other materials have been submitted. We've asked, significant elements to be noted, location of tables, things to be drawn to scale. How do you divide who's going to be maintaining what and how they're going to be controlled? None of that has been identified at this point. We are definitely open for further conversations and discussions, and we'd like to see that detailed information come from the bid. As I've expressed to Mr. Ginsburg, we're supportive of what they want to propose, but we need significant detailed information so that all the other departments within the city can also have an opportunity to review them and provide their feedback on it.
Great. Have we written them an email on that and in a paper, black and white form, so they know? I know I've talked to them and I've done a lot of conversations.
Yes, absolutely. That's been provided to them.
Fantastic. What else was there? One other thing, I think, but I think that's good for now. I'm in full support with that. They have a great plan when I talk about it: retailing on the sidewalks, dining on the streets, renting out allowing all the businesses in the village from Casa Playa, L&L to be able to use those tables. So that's really good. Everyone's very excited about it. Everyone would love to do it. There's lots of parking available in the triangle, unfortunately, right now. So parking over there would be easy. So I think that'd be a great win-win for both the city, the retailers, and the residents. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, folks. We already voted on that. I forgot we had one more item under mayor and council items. P1.
Mayor, can you just re-vote on it?
Okay, sure. For the discussion, I'll make the motion again. No?
I didn't make the motion originally. Like Laura did?
Laura did.
Okay, and who's seconding it?
I did.
So I so move.
Second.
Okay, Councilmember Naranjo.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Gran.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay.
Okay, so I need to
Thanks
read
for that.
the resolution.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ellen.
Adopt by title only resolution number CC-2006-036, the resolution of City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, confirming the actions of the city manager acting as the Director of Emergency Services and issuing additional emergency public orders dated May 29th, 2020, and an updated summary of emergency orders under the City of Redondo Beach's emergency authority. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. P1, folks. It's, I don't know, Joe, maybe you want to talk about it, but it's just the appointment, of Donald Ford to serve as the Redondo Beach Private Sector Representative of the South Bay Workforce Investment Board, filling a vacated seat through the term ending June 30th, 2023.
Motion to approve.
Second.
So motion by Councilmember Horvath, seconded by, I believe, Councilmember Naranjo.
Lowenstein.
Councilmember Lowenstein. Okay, Councilmember Naranjo. Roll call vote. Did he leave already? Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Gran.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, so it passes 4-0. All right. Well, with that, we actually got through this. Pretty amazing. And let me make sure I don't forget anything here in terms of adjournment on behalf of anybody. Any referrals to staff from mayor and council? Councilmember Naran?
I have none, no.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
No, thank you.
Councilmember Horvath?
Thank you.
Councilmember Gran?
Well, thank you.
And Councilmember MD.
No, thank you.
Okay, great. Well, we'll reconvene in a week, and I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So move.
Second.
Okay, Councilmember Nairnheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Grand.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, well, good night, everybody. We got through a big agenda. It's impressive, and hopefully we won't have such a big agenda next week, and we can really drill down on the budget so that we come the following week prepared to do some final horse trading and work that out.
Okay.
Hey, good night all.
Good night, everybody.